Anders Verang with this card could get a heap of upgrades.
I mean, yeah, straight away, if we're talking about the upgrades, I think you just need 3 points and you already get an overall upgrades. And Anders, one of the favourites in the group, in the whole tournament himself, Darwin Núñez is definitely one of the items to watch out for. And if you look at his attribute stats, he's got 90 pace, 80 shooting, but 95 shot power. I mean, with precision shooting, surely every goal will be hitting the back of the net.
Yeah, it's an item that, of course, has the capabilities currently, but I think with the upgrades, the increasing of skill moves and weak foot, if Anders manages to go the distance, which he's very capable of doing. We saw last year, Xavi Simons made a lot of coins from our ultimate team and was also very, very good in the game. Well, you mentioned the upgrade path. Let's take a look at it right now. 3 points does grant you an additional weak foot or skill move for the item, which of course goes a long way, especially in this case if Darwin Núñez, who doesn't have 4-star, so it brings him up in that department. 10 points gets you a +1 overall, 16 points again for a further upgrade, Charles.
But how many Darwin Núñez did you buy though? Because as you can see, Anders, I mean, he's surely gonna get 3 points. Like, if he gets the donut, I mean,
you never know. You
never know. But I'd say I could see a 16 points, and that Darwin Núñez will be a lethal item in the game.
But look at this one though. If you qualify for the next stage, you get a +1 overall, and you get to select, the pro player gets to select one of 3 playstyle pluses. That is incredible, which is an incredible addition to this year's FC Pro Live. Of course, top 4, you get 1 alternative position with a role ++. And last but not least, the champion. Not only do they get all that money, the trophy, the prestige with it, +1 overall and +1 skill moves all week. But we've heard from us about the Darwin Núñez item linked with Anders Verang. Let's hear from the man himself. He's joined by Rose.
Hello, I am here with the current FC Pro champion, Anders. Anders, how are you feeling tonight ahead of the games?
I didn't get the best news before the game. I got told that I'm not the #1 in the world anymore, so today is time to prove people wrong and shows that I'm the best in the world. And even though I'm not #1 in the rankings, I think I just got signed by the best team in the world, and I think they know I'm #1 anyway, so I just want to make a statement now and like be #1 again.
Amazing. Well, I want to know who is going to challenge you tonight.
I don't know, I think people think it's gonna be Tekkz, but even if I'm gonna lose to him, we're playing a game, it's best of 1, it's 2 times 9 minutes, so it's 18 minutes. If I lose against him in an 18 minutes game, it doesn't mean he's better than me. I think my result proves otherwise, so I don't think too much about it. And if I lose against him and win the other 4 games, I would still be happy with the day. So I just focus on every single game and hopefully I'm gonna win.
Well, thank you so much, Anders. I appreciate it. You can head to your seat and let's get these games going.
The toughest opponents, without a doubt, Anders.
Obviously the Anders matchup is interesting.
Like, to be honest, Anders is unbelievable.
He's a very good player.
C'est l'adversaire le plus difficile à avoir.
It's very difficult.
Anders Verang, FC Pro Open Champion.
We're not the best in the world. Everyone wants to beat you. If I wouldn't win this group, I would be very disappointed.
He's very good in the offense.
If you just look at the skill and look at the basics, then I'm way better than everyone.
Having him in the group is tough, but it's fun too, because he's a funny guy, in-game and out of the game too.
It's very easy to rage bait people, and I just do it for fun, and I couldn't care less what people think about what I'm doing.
I've got Anders, but also the rest of the group isn't as difficult as it has been the last couple of years.
C'est le meilleur joueur du monde. Donc forcément c'est difficile, mais c'est pas quelque chose qui me fait peur spécialement.
Honestly, I'm happy that I'll face Anders. I'll beat you.
I don't care about what other people think, and because I know when I'm on 100%, then I'm also gonna win.
Well, the stage is set, the players are ready, and I'm going to say a sentence I never thought I would say. Richard Buckley joined in the commentary booth with Harry Hesketh. Harry, welcome to FC Pro. Does it feel strange?
It does feel really strange. I never thought I'd see the day, and I don't think anyone watching this thought they'd see the day either.
I can't wait to get these games underway. We're going to be kicking off with the man of the hour, the reigning defending champion, Anders Verang. He is a force in this esport. It would be potentially the second biggest shock behind you being joined with me in the commentary booth if he wasn't to pick up, what would you say, 9, 10 points? I can't wait to see how this game does unfold. But before we get there, let's jump into what the players are going to be using. As every week here on the Pro Open, we have a certain set of squad building requirements, and this week is no different. 8 million coins, Harry, you can see the requirements there. What do you make of it?
I think it's a good budget. What I've noticed is everyone has the same left back, Carreras, and Anders and Tekkz are the only ones to use.
And we are kicking off with a banger. Of course, there's a lot of talk in this group about Tekkz and how consistent he's been across the years and what he can do in this group alongside Anders Verang. But first, he's going to have to see what he can do against Peixoto, a man he knows very well. They've competed against each other quite a little bit across the years as the ball does go in, but that's going to be headed away comfortably. Back in 2023, Tekkz took down Peixoto in the E-Champions League. And I think last year, Tekkz also was able to beat Peixoto as well, 3-1 back at DreamHack. So Peixoto has never got the better of Tekkz, but maybe today could be a little bit different here in the FC Pro Open 26. And of course, if you want to know which kits they're going to be playing in, Peixoto is going to be in that white kit, kitting from left to right, and Tekkz from right to left. And of course, we got the player cams as well, so you can see all the reactions coming through. Now, Tekkz is going to be playing the 4-5-1, going up against Peixoto's 4-3-3. Now, both formations can play a little bit similar. Maybe there's going to be a little bit less defensive help from the 4-3-3 wingers, but that will remain to be seen as Tekkz now coming forward with Williams. Does pin one back and has a strike, but sadly can't make anything from it. Will be a corner, though. The corners can be very deadly, especially if you've got any sort of strategy, but Peixoto able to defend well, and now he can break it. Both players are going to be playing with Pina up top. I think we're going to see a lot of it at this event. She's just so good on the ball. You can twist and turn around any defender. Salah not able to get much of it there either. Here's Mbappe. Slow build-up from Tekkz. I'm excited to see what Tekkz can do this year because I've always known him as an incredible skill move player, and I think this game does allow for that freedom. Marching down the left-hand side, finds Reinders now. Will play one into Tonali, but sadly, one is quickly intercepted and sent away, and now Peixoto could look to build again. Expect to see a lot of building as well. You don't want to risk any sort of wayward pass in your own half here. So you have to make sure that everything is precise, everything's accurate. Because if you're going up against either of these players, if they win that ball back in a dangerous spot, they will punish you. Now, Peixoto coming forward. An opener would be huge just to settle those nerves a little bit, but Tekkz is able to scramble that ball back. Has possession now, and again, we'll focus down this right-hand side with Williams. Nice little 1-2 available. Does create a little bit of a gap as well that he can work with. Does he decide to cut inside? No, he's still going to go. Maybe there's a cutback available. Tonali on the twist, but can't quite get past Casillas. And what a chance that could have been for Tekkz. Maybe from the corner, but again, it is a corner that finds no one, and a couple more of those, Tekkz might get a little bit frustrated. You at least want to be able to get some sort of shot on target or provide a little bit of danger from corners. And Tekkz probably feeling like he should be at least 1-0 up at this point. Salah again can't work on the right-hand side, denied instantly. Peixoto definitely has an opportunity, especially here as well. Pina. Stam going to be the first one to try. Now Mbappe. Oh, it's beautiful, but the shot is not. Sadly, it's just going to be a corner. And again, this one is just going to be headed away as well. Peixoto should have had one there. That's precision shooting coming into the mix. If you're a fan of FC, which I'm sure you are if you're watching, you don't have to play with precision shooting when you're just playing normal games, but these pros have to play with precision shooting by the rules, and it does just mean there's that little margin of error sometimes as the ball just went straight into the goalkeeper's hands. Mbappe unable to win it. Have another chance at goal. Remember, an 8 million budget these players had as well for their draft, which is why you'll see, a few familiar names, maybe some players that you weren't expecting. One of the most interesting positions that I think I've seen from Tekkz's team is Valverde at right back. As Williams wins that ball back. We'll play a 1-2. Players in the middle of the box, does find Claudia Pina. Militao, though, defensively sound. Williams again. Tekkz ruthless with his pressure at the moment. But I will say Peixoto is defending well. Just putting those players in the right places at the moment, but let's give the ball away. Maybe trying to rush and attack a little bit. Starting to feel a little bit of the pressure that Tekkz is applying, but again, Tekkz can't beat that final player. And now here comes Peixoto. Does manage to get it through to Kylian Mbappe as well, but it's going to be offside. The warning signs are there, though. Tekkz needs that goal that he's been so close to getting. Be very frustrated if he finds himself a goal down after the chances that he has had found so far. Still coming forward. De Jong now winning the ball back. It is always funny when two competitors go up against each other and one player has never beaten the other. You do start to get in your head a little bit about it. Can I ever beat this player? Even across different titles. Of course, the game changes year by year, and some players will benefit from that, some won't. Tekkz always seems to find his way. As they were mentioning on the desk earlier, there's only a few players who have qualified for every single FC Pro Open thus far, Tekkz being one of them. Maybe he can find us first here. Tonali fizzes a ball in, but again, there's going to be a defender there in the way. Now, can Peixoto make anything from one of these counter-attacks? It's just so difficult for him to generate any sort of pace here because Tekkz is denying every pass. Looking for that run from Pina. I think we're going to see that quite a lot. Just trying to fizz that ball into Pina, then looking to see if Mbappe can peel off. Speaking of Mbappe peeling off, it's happening for Tekkz. Doesn't go for the pass, instead keeps it with Pina. Now finds Mbappe. And this is where Tekkz is usually very dangerous in the box. Not on this occasion, though. On the flip side, though, a lot of space now for Salah. Can't cut it back, though. Oh, that's going to be an awkward pass, though, and actually Peixoto might be able to capitalise from this one. Pina, but it's going to be denied by Thuram. This game could be 2-2. Left back now, darting down, linked up with Mbappe as well. Tekkz maybe has a chance here to play one inside. One more. Does get onto Pina, but that has gone absolutely nowhere. And you could see from the reaction from Tekkz, he was a little bit annoyed about that one as well. That first time shot sometimes just does go a little wayward. So we're closing in on the end of the first half here. Remember, it's 9-minute halves here in the FC Pro Open. So you have a little bit longer to get back into the game if you do fall behind, but neither player has really been able to capitalise on the chances that have been put in front of them thus far. Numbers here for Tekkz, though. We'll use that right wing for Pina. Kind of want her in the middle, though, as well, so she can twist and turn in that box. Here's Williams. Does have support as well. Tonali into Mbappe, and there's the first. It's calm, it's collected from Tekkz. And when Mbappe gets in those areas, it's very difficult to deny anything. And the low driven just finding that bottom corner, and Tekkz takes the lead here in this first game of the FC Pro Open 26. There's a nice ball in from Tonali as well. Keeper in no man's land. Defender can't get anywhere near it as well. And that will just settle the nerves, I think, for Mr. Hunt. You can see at the bottom as well, the goals are flying in elsewhere. Verang 3-2 up against Yascow. Tuga's also taken the lead against Lucas in what is going to be such an exciting group of Group A. I mean, some of the biggest names in this esport. And I'm sure you're all licking your lips at the thought of Anders Verang versus Tekkz. Something that we've spoken about ever since Verang started to come into the scene, and the new GOAT, as some would say. But Tekkz was the original. Well, I say the original. There were those before him, but Tekkz, one of the best. He was the first one to come in as a 16 to 18-year-old and really start to show what he can do on the scene. And then Verang has done very similar things, if not better things, with the trophies he's been able to win. Can Tekkz find a second here before the first half? Doesn't look like it. Maybe an opportunity for Peixoto, though, just before the break. Mbappe does have the ball and will, sadly, not do anything with it by the looks of it. Tekkz wins the ball back, and it is going to be half-time here then. It's 1-0 to Tekkz. Peixoto, sadly, not really been able to get too much going. There's been a couple of counter-attacks available, but I think it's the pressure from Tekkz that has really been important for him.
It's a long game, though.
Because let's not get it twisted, that game is the biggest game in the last 5 years, probably from the public standpoint.
Absolutely.
And Tekkz knows how important this win is as well. Not only just for him, but of course for you guys watching as well, with the FC Pro Live items that are available. And the players that are representing them at the moment as well. It was all explained perfectly by Shells and Ryan on the desk earlier. All you need is just a few points, and then suddenly upgrades start to fly in, and that continues to progress the further you get, not just through this group, but through the tournament as a whole.
He's killing him with Yamal in it. Again, back to the squad building. If Anders went with that upgraded Pina, he couldn't have that Yamal with a finesse shot. That last goal, I don't think it goes in without finesse.
Well, we're back underway then.
We are live here between Lucas and Tuga. Talk to me a little bit about these teams, because I'm seeing
Tekkz has been
that is a really strange.
The better player, deserves his lead, but we know how quickly these leads can slip away from you. A second goal would be perfect, especially right off the rip. We'll get a corner. Now, Tekkz's corners have not been good. And I can confidently say that because he will agree with me. Maybe this one can be a little bit better. He's trying to find Yapstam close to the edge, maybe hoping to head it down and find the foot of one of his other players. But this is the danger of it. You just can suffer that counter-attack, but Tekkz is able to win the ball back, denies Salah. There is Valverde at right back that I was talking about earlier as well. I mean, I don't hate it. Defensively sound. Got the height as well to deny any back post headers. But for Peixoto, I think that the chances he has created haven't been clear-cut, bar one. There's one chance that he probably should have scored. And as a pro player, you really want to be able to generate a few more clear-cut chances against your opponent just to try and apply that pressure and show that you are going to be a threat in the final third. Tekkz looked the more dangerous, though. Again, Williams was making that run on the right-hand side, but this time he goes for the dipsy doodle and instead heads straight down the middle. He is going to be able to find another pass. Left back flying in. There is going to be a gap at the back if he does lose the ball here, Tekkz, though. Well, lose the ball he shall not. Holds on to it safely. Tonali. It's a nice 1-2. Ping-pong passing at the moment. Just trying to make Peixoto a little bit lost in the sauce. Finds Pina. Oh, that is vintage Tekkz. It was calculated. It was well planned. And it was executed just when he needed it. Those are the kind of goals you should expect to see from Tekkz all season long. Waiting for that right moment. As soon as he saw that pace, as soon as he saw that gap, he found Pina. And then that low driven is deadly. On the turn, Yapstam not able to get there even with his back leg. And it's straight into the tactics screen. Potentially for both players here. I don't think Tekkz really needs to change too much, but for Peixoto, he might be looking at the formations. As I mentioned, he was playing 4-3-3, Tekkz is playing 4-5-1. And there has been a lot of space for Tekkz on those wings. Peixoto's wingers just naturally staying a little bit further forward with that formation. Tekkz has had more control in that midfield. But 2 goals for Tekkz, both low drivens into the bottom left-hand corner. Again, expect to see a lot of that today and probably for the season, depending on what changes with updates and live patches. But it's one of the most consistent ways to score in the game at the moment. Not the only way, though. I will say, and I think that's a good thing, there are plenty of ways that you can beat that goalkeeper. I remember players getting frustrated last season with certain shots maybe not being as powerful as they could have been. But equally, expect to see a lot of finesses as well throughout the season. As now from kickoff, can Peixoto maybe just get one back here? Give him a little bit of confidence in this game. Because boy does he need it, especially after the chances he has had. There is Pina! Oh, Casillas. Worth his weight in gold. That was the low driven to the right-hand side. I thought it was going to be drilled in. Corner does find Mbappe though, and there's one back. There's the chance. There's the seed of doubt that you plant in your opponent's mind, and right from kickoff as well. And that's what I was saying earlier from these corners. You are so dangerous if you can find that player in space. I think this is similarly what Tekkz has been trying to do. But this time, Tekkz actually won the ball with Stam, but just nodded it down the wrong way, and Mbappe was able to get hold of it. And with that amount of space, Mbappe shouldn't be missing from there, and he buries it top corner. And now, we have a game on our hands, as I see Peter Crouch on the bench. That's always good. It is funny when you start to get the new promos coming into the game, and suddenly items that you never would have expected to feature in pro teams, they just creep in. And Petey Crouch, maybe he's going to be a last-minute substitution for a couple of those headers, or maybe a nice gangly overhead kick. Well, suddenly Tekkz's comfortable 2-0 lead has been ripped away from him, and he's not quite back to square one because he does still have the advantage here. But he does have to be careful now. Doesn't want to give away any easy balls that can be counted on. And as I say it, commentator's curse does give that ball away, but there's no quick counter available. But now Tekkz wins it back. This could be dangerous though. Williams plays it into Pina. Twisting, turning. Oh, but just can't get that shot away. Tekkz wanted to again rip it, I think. Hit that low driven. Mbappe though wins the ball back. Tekkz looks so threatening in that final third. Peixoto doing brilliantly, though, to intercept and win the ball back, and now he can try and break. Notice the movement from Tekkz with these players as well. The way he's covering these runs, it's unbelievable, but he doesn't cover that one. And Pina now with a chance, potentially tries to play the through ball. Stam will find it. Nice manual pass there from Tekkz as well, calm at the back. It has been so difficult for Peixoto on these counter-attacks because Tekkz, his player switching has been unbelievable so far. Now here's Williams. Plays one extra. Does find it into Pina, but on that turn you are always vulnerable, and he just turns himself into trouble. Still 24 minutes left here for Peixoto, so that goal back has just given him all the confidence in the world. Players are in the box here, but of course you're not really going to be crossing it into Pina. While she is brilliant up front, she definitely doesn't have the height and the chance to really head her against some of these defenders. But Mbappe tries to just low-driven finesse one into the bottom right. But too many defenders in the way. Again, it's the right-hand side being targeted by Tekkz. And he is manually triggering a lot of these runs forward. So many shirts that he can work with. Peixoto trying to cover the pass. Can't find it though, and will be Mbappe. Casillas is going to save. And we see a better corner from Tekkz. Opts to play it short this time. The crosses in have just not worked for him, so instead he's going to try and mix it up. He's going to try and play a little bit of tiki-taka passing again, but the player is brought down in the box, but I think it was more a collision rather than a foul, and no penalty is going to be given. That was a big chance, though, for Tekkz. That ball was just a little bit further out. Not much he could have done about it, though. That's a good ball, though, and the keeper is going to slightly come off his line, and it is going to be buried by Peixoto. And that's why he's being played at left-back. I think most of the competition actually have him at left-back, the Team of the Week item. Just deadly coming through. Tekkz did bring the keeper out, but then started to push him back into the goal. And you should be finishing it there. And it comfortably finds the back of the net. And now we find ourselves at 2-2. So what was looking like a comfortable game for Tekkz at 2-0, it is the kind of old-fashioned scoreline we see so often get ripped away from you. 2-0 can sometimes be the most uncomfortable scoreline. Just when you think you're comfortable, your opponent right back into it. And now he's going to be full of confidence. Is Peixoto. And it would be shared points as well, remember that. You can see the live standings on the left, but here is Tekkz, denied by the offside flag though. I mean, this game hasn't disappointed. Both players defensively have been very impressive. The pressure they've applied also has really frustrated the opponent each time as well. But also 2 good goals on both sides. Could there be a winner though for Peixoto? Mbappe plays one back, just can't quite find the pass, but we'll get a second bite of the cherry here. Pina into Mbappe, but that is a subtle amount of goalkeeper movement from Tekkz that keeps him in this game. It was going to be a finesse across goal to the right-hand side, but Tekkz, he read it like a book. Now he's going to have a chance of his own. Williams. Unable to get past the defender. Now Pina. Pace starting to be upped a little bit by Peixoto. He was struggling to find some of these counter-attacks, but Tekkz is leaving gaps now as he's trying to go for the win. He doesn't want to just get 1 point here. Into the midfield. Back to Pina. Tonali now does beat the player. Oh, but Casillas stands strong. Tonali tried to drive one heavily at the near post, but Peixoto now will hold on to the ball. 8 minutes left in this game. Again, though, Tekkz so good at covering those angles, and now maybe can punish. Wins the ball back with Pina. Pina making that same run again as well through the middle. Peixoto needs to be careful bringing some of these defenders out. He's trying to be aggressive to win the ball back, but is leaving gaps here and there. If Tekkz finds them, a third goal might just put this game to bed. Williams does have support on the right, finds the support. Valverde from right back! And Tekkz finds his third. And Tekkz regains the lead here. It was the left back of Peixoto, but it is the right back of Tekkz. And it does sound strange when it's Valverde, but look at the run that he makes. Perfect pass as well. Borderline offside, but timed it to perfection. And Mav is coach as well. I only just noticed that Mav's coaching Tekkz here. If you're an old head in FIFA, and of course then moving over to FC, you will remember Mav and what he used to do in the scene. Used to be part of the broadcast team. Moved into streaming. And now, has upped his game, is going to be coaching. So how about that? Good to see him. And even better to see a goal if you're a fan of Tekkz. What does Peixoto do here, though? He's already got back into the game twice with both goals that actually were pretty good in the final third. Those clear-cut chances that I was talking about that you really want as a pro player. He's had a few of them, but only missed really one. But that one missed one may just come back to haunt him as he goes back and looks back at things a little later. It's still time, though. Remember, there is going to be some added on time as well as the 5 minutes that are left in this game, and it is going to be a little bit longer than usual with the 9-minute halves in competitive FC. But this is usually where Tekkz is at his very best. And I say this every year. Game management. Tekkz is going to make this very difficult for Peixoto to win the ball back. As I say that, and maybe I should keep my mouth shut. Because Peixoto has won the ball back. And maybe I've just put a little bit of bad juju out there for Tekkz. As Mbappe now has the ball. Can he play this one inside? He will find Pina, but Casillas off his line, slides to the ground, wins the ball back. And now Tekkz just needs to slow this one down again. These 3 points could be huge. Not just for today, but for the grand scheme of things in this group, especially when you look at some of the other players that are available and who you're going to have to play up against. As we move now into added on time. 2 minutes, though. Can Tekkz hold on? Good pressure being applied from Peixoto, but the ball will be sent back to Casillas. A nice manual chip. Does find Mbappe as well, who can now surely sprint down this left-hand side. No, gives the ball away. One last chance then for Peixoto to try and find an equaliser at the death here. Can't really afford to go backwards, though. Needs to go forwards and cannot find the pass. But it's one back! Maybe, just maybe. Kylian Mbappe. No, it's going to be denied by Tekkz as he does hold strong. And Tekkz will be able to win this one 3-2 in the end. It's smiles from Coach Mav. It's probably a little bit of relief from Tekkz after giving that ball away in those final moments. But for Peixoto, sadly, he is unable to find that equaliser. It was a brilliant game, though, to go back and forth between the two. Had a lot of action, but it is Tekkz who is going to be able to come out as a 3-2 victor and pick up those very important 3 points. So that's going to be the first game done here on the B stream. Of course, we are going to head back over to the main stream and see what they had to say about their game that they had over there.
Bonmati just slowly on that left stick, dribbling into the box. There is Tuga. Is there a better player in this scenario at keeping the ball away from you?
No, maybe Tass about a decade ago. Tass it about.
But Tuga, +3.
By the way, he's got to get the passing. Yeah.
Just go forward.
I think for Lucas now, it's just more about not conceding another.
Which he very well might do, because there's a couple of runners there off the ball. Reinders into Pavlovic. How important is goal difference, Manu?
I cannot believe really how long he's kept the ball.
I think every year we had a situation where guys were tied on points, so in the end that's the difference. I remember a group 2 years ago with the South Americans where it was the case. Last year, I don't remember that well, but surely that's got to be a group, right?
Yeah, I think I remember Faku Cohen as well. What was goal difference? It was super close as Tuga gets his first 3 points in the Pro Open on the board. His debut performance, and he's kicking off with a win. That must be a really nice feeling, Harry.
Yeah, it will. Again, he's doing it for the youngs. He's doing it for the people who got written off.
Question there coming in from Martin. I think we're just waiting for that Anders game to finish. So we've got another question from the chat. Does Team Liquid have the most aura in esports?
Probably, yeah, because they have the best history. I think this year is the 25th anniversary of Team Liquid, so Falcons, of course, also really strong, but they are a bit more new, and Liquid's already doing it for 25 years, so probably the biggest organization in history.
Still 5 minutes left on the clock here. Technical foul there.
I absolutely love a tactical foul with all my being. Slow the game down, reset your players.
He tried it a couple of times as well. And another pause coming in from Anders Vergang. That is the table as it stands right now. Anders, Tuga, Tekkz, Peixoto, Yascow and Lucas, but we've only played one game. You can't read too much into the table at this point. There's still 4 more matches to come today. We've got another question coming in. Have you got any tips for me to get more than 7 wins in champs? Coming from Scoobs or alternate account Anthony Day.
Yeah, this is a question you could ask a lot on social media, right? So I think watching this type of gameplay, watching pros play champs and stuff is a perfect way to learn. This is how I got better every week. And then also don't put too much pressure on yourself, so don't immediately expect to be a 15-win player and always, if you're now 7 wins, maybe 1 win a month or whatever, and eventually you'll get there.
I think we're in a quite privileged position where we started off never losing and we're still never losing. So you might be best asking someone who started at 7 wins and they're now at 10.
No, I started off with like 22 and 16, I think was my first
like, realistically, how do we know to get more than 7 wins? We don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Just do it. Just do it. That's a rash tackle, but Matty on the floor still plays the pass, but the referee says that was enough advantage for me.
I think the referees just finished that game with a poor advantage there. Anders will be looking for the other goal, I think.
Miedema, the recent flashback item released.
She is basically just another Pina, isn't she? That Miedema.
Gilmore into De Jong.
That was perfectly played.
There she is, opens up her body, slots it in the top corner. Anders Vergang laughing, running back to the halfway line. 3 points on the board for the chap.
And now it's time. Anders is thinking about Tekkz. Tekkz is thinking about Anders.
I'm excited. I'm really excited. As you guys said in the intro, we waited years for this game, so let's bring it on.
Manu, I've got to ask you, who wins?
I think Anders wins, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tekkz does it.
Okay, that's a nice fence you're sitting on.
No, I think Anders wins, like 75-25. I think out of 4 times, Anders would win, 3 times, Tekkz won.
Harry?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me. Do I go head or heart?
We'll go head.
Anders just, but yeah.
I actually had to give a prediction earlier for this and a score. I said 7-5 Tekkz. So if it comes in 7-5 Tekkz.
I did put 6-4 Tekkz on the prediction sheet because I can't actually like write it in front of me and go against him. But if I was going to put like anything on it, then you're going to have to go with arguably the second current GOAT against the past GOAT. Like, there's a reason Anders is past, no, Anders is present, and people see some as Tekkz as past.
I mean, when you talk about players right now, though, I mean, Tekkz, his form, if you were to say, Manu, he's playing really well. He started this game very well in terms of FC 26.
Of course, and now also this tournament, beating Leandro Peixoto, who is the top player. I think this weekend as well in the Pro Open November Cup, he got 7-0 in Swiss, then won 3 more games before he got to the quarterfinals. So he's on form. I think he showed it as well in the global qualifier. So I'm expecting big things from Tekkz.
I actually think a lot of this came from last year in Riyadh as well. Obviously, you came out on top, but he finished top 8. That's his best performance at a Worlds he's ever had. I think that sort of just spurred him on a little bit. New team as well. It's always good.
Is this game still going on?
We are playing for a new team to start off with success, and that's what he's looking to do.
I feel he also released a bit of pressure by calling himself a content creator and stuff.
But we both know he's put his life and soul before this game these past 2 or 3 weeks.
No, I always say, like, when you're a competitor once, you'll always be a competitor. So he can't turn up to the Pro Open and not preparing. That wouldn't be possible.
Apologies, sorry, for any unsavory language that you might have heard. Tensions running high at the Pro Open. Anders Vergang does get the win. 8-5 against Yascow. Thank you very much, Manu, for joining us. We'll see more of you tomorrow.
Yes.
In action, you can catch Manu there. 3 points on the board for Anders Vergang. Well, it is time. It's the big one. You know what's coming up next. 2 meteoric superstars in this esports scene. The 2 biggest names that we have to offer are finally going head to head. Anders Vergang against Tekkz, and it's next.
This is it.
The clash of the Titans.
I think it's a good matchup. It's the match that people want to see. Hopefully I can be good for one game, and if it's one game I'm good for, I hope it's this one.
People are hyping it up very much. In my head, if I don't win, I would say it would be embarrassing, but if we played it 5 years ago, then he should win.
I'm just a content creator, that's all. But when you do, please don't celebrate.
If you don't do, I also don't do.
That's a lie.
Yeah,
I know you celebrate.
Probably.
You're gonna score, I'm gonna look up.
Tekkz has got that down to a T.
I prefer not to speak.
レイステーション。
Hello and welcome back to the FC Pro Open. I mean, now then, there is only one place to start. Tekkz won, Anders won, Tuga won. The next round has been years in the making. We have been cooking this up for so long. Anders Verang versus Tekkz. I mean, let's just go back really quickly to the last round of fixtures, Shells. I mean, Anders won, but he conceded a lot of goals. He's got Tekkz next. Do you think that's why he was so animated?
I think Anders is just one of them players. He wants to just destroy every opponent he comes against. But I mean, Yascow's one of the best attacking players, not alone in this tournament, but in the world. So I think he shouldn't be too disappointed. But Anders, that just shows the commitment that he just wants to win and destroy any opponent. 8-0, 9-0, he just wants to concede and score as much goals as he can.
Whilst you were talking then, Rich was just grinning from ear to ear because, I mean, this is going to be unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, some of the best moments from the last game when you look at Tekkz in action. It was such a dominant performance. I mean, when you look at him in previous Pro Opens, you could say when the goings got tough, he's maybe stumbled. He just looks a lot more composed, I want to say, this year, Shells.
Yeah, I definitely think Tekkz looks a bit more just comfortable with himself. I think when you have a career like Tekkz, you came into the scene, you started dominating, winning trophies and trophies year after year. And then when you take a little bit of a fall from not really winning anything, it does hit you a bit differently mentally. But I think this hit for himself, he knows he doesn't have to be the man that he once was at 19, but you don't have to be that man again. You just need to be yourself, and I think he looks a lot more comfortable in the game.
He does indeed. I mean, speaking of looking comfortable, he's done it for years, Tuga, and we've not spoken about him much at the opening of this since the break, Rich, but a man who deserves so much credit. First of all, a great guy, a great pro. It's unbelievable how this is his first FC Pro Open tournament, but I mean, I made that 100% record.
It's difficult to get here. Like, only 24 players can be here, and we had, at least 4 players who qualified from last year, so there's only 20 spots up for grabs. That's the table as it stands at the moment. There's not that much to look into, but what we can tell you, 3 players unbeaten. Verang, Tuga, Tekkz.
I mean, when
two of those are going head-to-head next.
And when you look at... Rich is so excited. I'm sure all of you watching at home are too. When you look at this table right now, like Rich said, there's not really too much to worry about. 2 weeks of play. I mean, the likes of Lucas and stuff. I mean, it's one game. You just get out your system, don't you, Chels?
Yeah, first game of every tournament is always different for every player. It doesn't mean that necessarily played bad, but it just needs to get the little jitters out. But
no one's been battered.
No one's been battered, and of course, the groups aren't final yet, so there's still a lot to play for one game at a time, but like the players, they've got to control the controllables and just try and capitalise in the next round.
I mean, I'm just trying to hype it up a little bit, this fixture. I mean, if it needs it already. We've got Anders Verang at some point, who we're going to speak to live with Rose in a little bit. Rich, how do you see this game going? I want a prediction from you because, listen, we've been talking about this since the groups were announced.
We've been talking about this since 2020.
This is box office.
How do I see this game going? I think it goes one of two ways. Just checking.
You might have just taken a look there to see who was looking over.
I think
who's going to win, Tekkz or Anders, Rich?
So I predicted Tekkz. However, I think if Anders scores first and scores early, I think he could run away from Tekkz.
I would ask you for your prediction, but I can see Anders Verang behind us, stood with Rose, and he's just heard that Richard Buckley is back in Tekkz. So over to you, Rose. Let's go and speak to last year's winner.
Anders, I need to ask, how are you looking forward to playing Tekkz?
Obviously, everyone wants to watch this, but I see there's any other game I like him, and there's not really that many in the scene I like, but he's one of them, so I don't have any problem with him, and I also know that he don't have any problem with me, so I hope that, or I know that we both take it as in any other game, but of course we want to win, and now we both won the first game, so it's also very important for the standings.
Love that. Okay, what do you think Tekk's strengths are, though?
I think he's very calm, and he's just quite basic, like he's not abusing that much like many other players is doing, so I think he's very good, but I don't know, we'll see. If I play like I did in the first game, I think I'm gonna lose, but I can also feel that I'm not that nervous, and that's usually a bad thing. Like, I need to feel that there's something on the line, and I don't know, I have not many minutes to get ready for that, so I hope my body will react different in some minutes, and if I'm gonna play at my best, then everyone also knows that I'm gonna win, but if I don't play well, then he's also good enough to capitalize on that.
Sweet. Well, good luck, Anders, and I'm going to throw it to Ryan.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by my good friend and former teammate, Harry Hesketh. We've got a massive game ahead of us, one that we've been waiting for years. Before we get into that, though, there is a player and a certain playstyle plus we're going to be tapping in on. That player, any guesses? Probably one of the most common, I would say, common players amongst pretty much every team you come up against.
She is coin for coin the best player in FC history by a few country miles.
Yeah, I'm going to agree on that. And you pretty much know who we're speaking about. Claudia Pina, the playstyle plus we're going to be diving in on shortly. Low driven shot plus. But you mentioned it earlier, the rest of her playstyles. I can't use a striker if they don't have incisive at the bare minimum.
Same.
Tiki-taka is a nice bonus as well, but she's perfect.
Tiki-taka's perfect for laying it off. Obviously, you see everyone just sends the wingers and through balls with incisive, and having silver finesse is the perfect combination for the finesse low driven as well.
Yeah, exactly. She's only 6,000 coins, give or take. Unbelievable value. The next player, though, we've got Erling Haaland, doesn't have the passing play styles. A little tip and a little heads up, we've seen it in previous tournaments in the online cash cups. A lot of players are subbing on Haaland in a 4-5-1, left mid, right mid, out of position.
Yeah, I feel like people don't realise this year players are a lot better out of position than the previous two instalments. So, yeah, they don't just walk off into no man's land like the last two games.
Yeah, we spoke about low dribblings. You have the controller next to you as well in this segment. It's a familiar theme throughout the last couple of years anyway. Most people know how to do low dribblings. There's going to be a couple clips.
Some don't.
Some might not, but then maybe champs isn't for you. Oh, no, they have challenges. Hold on, challenges. I take it back. I take it back. But
how did you get on last week?
I didn't play on challenges, if that's what you're asking. But we'll see the clips here, Harry. Walk us through with the controller. What are the inputs and the aiming for a low-driven shot?
So it's quite simple. You just power up your shot like any normal shot, and then just press it again.
Is it? I guess in terms of, it's very situational, but...
So power up your shot,
how much power are you putting in, though? Is that a lot of power?
I actually have a little tip. So when I'm going through with low driven, I power my first shot straight at the keeper from a mainly central position. Then I can choose to go near or far post really quickly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because for me, when I take a shot, I'm just hoping it goes in. The keeper might move, might not. I'm hoping I can react in time, but going straight down is a good tip there. What about low-driven finesse shots? Is that ever something that you would do in a...
So It's just the same thing. Like that last clip there, it probably should have been a finesse low driven.
Okay.
Far post. So again, power up your normal shot and press it again whilst holding R1 because it's a finesse.
Yeah, well, that's enough from both of us. This is a huge game on the horizon. Before we get into it, though, let's take a look at Tekkz's player profile.
My time at City was, I'd say it was successful. We had 2 E-Premier Leagues and we won both of them, but I'm looking to win more than just the E-Premier League, so that's sort of why I decided to move. But yeah, my time at City was successful. Yes, obviously I left City in the summer and joined Red Bull, and there's nothing to it other than I just wanted a bit of change. I wanted a new energy around me. I've been falling short at tournaments and I thought maybe a new energy and a few new people, I can get back to winning ways.
Tekkz is on his way to another FC Pro Open. 3 years on the trot, but is this going to be the year where he can put it right?
I play much better off camera, but the minute the camera comes on stage, I sort of played worse and worse because I always go into the games at the moment and think I'm going to lose, which isn't a good mentality. So I'm focusing on shifting that. When I was younger, I never really believed that mentals was a thing. I just thought it was all playing ability. The last few years, my results haven't been as good, so you're always putting pressure on yourself to get back to the top level. And at the World Championships, I sort of did that. I got top 8. And this tournament, I performed well again. So we're taking steps in the right direction. My goal for this season, my goal for the FC Pro Open, just to play good. I feel like I let myself down a little bit in the last couple of years. Not any goals or winning it or anything like that, just play good and the results will come. Even if I was to go and win the Pro Open, I'm still washed. I'll never be as good as I used to be, but you know, I can still hang with the good guys a little bit.
Well then, we are moments away from getting this game underway between Anders Verang and Tekkz. But before we get there, let's give you the starter before the main course. Tuga is in action in his second game of the Pro Open. And you're going to be joined by myself, Richard Buckley, Ryan Peixoto and Shells. Let's talk Tuga before we get into Anders and Tekkz. Some performance, Ryan.
A round of applause to Tuga. I'll be honest, right? We've known Tuga for years.
Yeah.
He won't mind me saying this, or maybe he will, but normally he's not really the person that's on the front foot in terms of scoring early and stuff. When you get Tuga games, yeah, it's a bit slower pace. But for him to kickstart in that game against Lucas, a massive 3 points for him.
Do you think he looks at this group, Shells, and thinks, okay, Anders, statistically, Anders tops this group, if we just look at facts, right? Second place, Tekkz hasn't played that well in Pro Opens. Peixoto got semi-finals last year, but he feels quite unpredictable in his performances. It feels like second is open if we're saying Anders probably will finish top.
I think Tuga thinks he can win it all, to be honest. I think he finds himself so comfortable in this game, and if you've played against Tuga before, he is one of the best defenders, and on FC26, it's so hard to break down the defense. I think he's so confident in himself. He's probably thinking, everyone's looking at Anders and Tekkz. He's probably thinking he can go under the radar, get his points. He has a chance of topping the group.
I'm going to do something a bit different.
Welcome back, everyone, to the B-Stream here at the FC Pro Open 26. We've got a matchup of Tuga versus Yascow. Now, we just witnessed Yascow get taken down by Anders Verang, so he's on 0 points right now. But Tuga did find a victory, and you heard the desk talking about him there. An old head in the scene. He was often known for his defensive ability rather than his offensive ability, and I think it's fair to say that. He was very prominent in how he performed. Always loved to stick 10 men behind the ball, and it worked, and he was just so good at defending and would find goals along the way because he's a brilliant player. But this year just looks a little bit different. Looks like he has a little bit of extra something about him. We'll have to see how it's going to work out here against Yascow, and it is going to be Tuga in the black kit as well, kicking from left to right, just clarifying. Yascow from right to left in the white strip. Now, these two players did compete against each other during the play-ins back in FC Pro 25. They tied 3-3. So, will it be another draw that we witness here today, and will they share the points, or are they going to be able to break that and actually someone find a victory? You may know Yascow if you are a French fan, if you've watched the Ligue 1. Very prominent in the French scene, and of course very successful as well. Looks like we'll just get this one back underway, though, because we've had an error between the two players. But that's fine, the admins will sort that one out. And good that it happened early, when there'd been no goals. That's always a positive. And also, nowadays, they can get right back into the same minute that we were in. Back in my day, it would have been a restart of the whole game. So, these players should consider themselves lucky. He's currently ranked 5th, is Yascow as well, in this year's FC Pro 26 Open through global qualifiers. He's ranked above the likes of Umut, Paolo Neto, Stingray. He's even ranked, he was even ranked above Tekkz coming into it as well. Obviously, this is not the overall rankings of the power rankings, as it were. He finished 7th in last year's FC Pro 25 Open Cup. He's quite the player, is Yascow, so he's going to be a real threat here for Tuga. And Tuga, I mean, he's full of history. If you look what he's been able to achieve over the years, over $300,000 in terms of earnings. Ranked 10th in terms of where he is in the FC Pro Open this year. Finished 12th in last year's FC Pro Open Cup rankings in Europe. He's a person who knows his way around these arenas, that's for sure. And if you take yourself back all the way to the Club World Cup in 2022, I was there. Tuga won that one. What a moment that was for him. I remember seeing him erupt on the stage after Portugal were able to find the victory. The real question is, can he get more points on the board here in this group? Remember, we also have Anders versus Tekkz on the mainstream, which I'm sure is where most of you are. I probably would be too if I was watching. But if you are a Tuga fan or a Yascow fan, thank you for joining us. Because this is going to be a good matchup as well. We will, of course, keep you updated with the other stream if you haven't already got both of them up. Because if you're clever, you'd have them both up. You can mute them. Just listen to me. That's fine. We'll have a little chat. But the players just deliberating in the moment, just trying to work out whereabouts they were in terms of the minute. I think that's a signal for throw-in as well. I don't know much, but I'd say that that is a signal for, he was saying that there was a throw-in. And it will just be cleared up and they'll be absolutely fine. Again, it's always a bit frustrating if it happens later in the game, if it happens when someone's like on a break, a chance to attack. Maybe in the final third, but it was in a pretty open area. And once the two players agree on where it was, which there's definitely a lot of discussion going around at the moment, the admins will sort it out and get them back into it. But this game arguably more important for Yascow just because he's on 0 points at the moment, really does need to get back into this group. And even though they will play again back when this group features, you don't really want to be waltzing into that one on 0 points. Need to find some somewhere, and if you haven't found it previously, you don't find it against Tuga, then you're trying to find it against Tekkz, Peixoto. Two players it's going to be very difficult to find points against. Let me tell you that for free. Looking at the two teams for players, Tuga looks like he's playing a 4-3-3, Yascow playing a 4-4-1-1, so very different approaches that we're seeing. And I think we're going to see Morgan playing up top as well for Yascow. 1.8 million coins he's using of his 8 million budget on Morgan as striker. Excited to see that. Of course, she has finesse as her ++. Salah going to be on the right wing for him. Mbappe on the left. We're going to see a lot of that today as Bonmati and Cam. And Marioni and Reinders in the centre mid. Correas at left back, as we've seen already. I think every competitor is going to have Correas at left back today. Llorente at right back, Militao and Chiellini at centre backs for Yascow with Casillas in goal. That is one heck of a team. I like how that one's been built. On the other side for Tuga, there's some similarities, especially in defence. He's got exactly the same defence, except Burn is going to be there instead of Chiellini. As the ball is just going to be hit out of play, so the players can get back underway here, and possession is going to be in the right place. Looks like they were happy to play it right from the very get-go. And we are back underway, ladies and gents. Thanks for bearing with us. Thanks for listening to my podcast. Appreciate it. Remember, you can see the live standings on the left-hand side. That's how things have looked from the first matchups and how they will look as goals start to flood in with these current matchups that we're seeing as well. Reminder, if you just joined us, Tuga's going to be left to right in the black strip. Yascow, right to left in the white strip. We're actually going to see Stoikov up top for Tuga as well. How about that? Something a little bit different. Starting to see people experiment a little bit with their teams and their players, and I love it. It's Kylian Mbappe. Sadly, too heavy a touch as Salah will just steal this one away. As now players start to move forward through the middle. We'll actually find that ball to Morgan, and there is going to be the opener. And that 1.8 million coins that you've spent to have her in your team is definitely worth it. A great run and an even better finish. You can see the run triggered there. Does come back just to make sure she was onside. And then the run again, just the step out from Tuga. Opened up that gap, left a space for Morgan to run behind. And the little T-sip, which still, I'm going to be honest, annoys me a little bit because it was against England. And there's going to be an early lead then for Yascow. He was able to score 5 goals against Anders Verang, which, you know, you can definitely be proud of. It was funny seeing Anders earlier after he won 8-5. Looked like he'd lost. He must be one of the only players in the world that can look frustrated after scoring 8 goals, but that is Anders Verang in a nutshell. He thinks he should be winning 8-0, not 8-5. As Yascow trying to play a similar pass, but this time the offside flag does go up. And now Tuga can look to dominate a little bit of possession here. As I said, very similar defenses for the two teams, only one centre-back really being the difference between them. There's now Bonmati on the ball. Nice little roulette on the turn for Tuga, but doesn't really create the space he was looking for as he plays it back to Bonmati now. Plays one inside, and I'll tell you what, it looked easy. I thought the defender was going to get there. I didn't even think Mbappe was going to get a strike on it, but somehow, some way, finds the shot. And it was brilliantly worked here by Tuga as well. Bonmati having the dribbles, plays one inside, and it was a quick pass. Great vision there from Tuga to find the goal and to equalise instantly. And whilst there hasn't been a goal anywhere else, this one already... Oh, as I say that, Verang's just found one against Tekkz to open the lead there. Back underway then. And I think getting an instant response was perfect for Tuga just to make sure that he can start to get in his head a little bit. I wonder if this is going to be goals galore, especially seeing how many Yascow had conceded in the previous game and scored, to be honest. I mean, a 13-goal game is pretty nuts. If you had told me that Tuga was going to be involved in a 13-goal game 3 years ago, I would have laughed at you. He's just far too good defensively. He's looking pretty good going forward. Can't beat Militao, though. As now Bonmati has the ball on the flip side. Into Morgan. Morgan making that run again. Tries to go for an instant strike. Probably trying to just bend one past the keeper. Still has possession somehow as I say that. Runs the ball out of play. I shouldn't laugh. Shouldn't laugh. That's mean. But should have done better there. And that's going to be an annoying one for Yascow. Goal's just gone in as well. Lucas Official taking the lead against Peixoto. I'll have Peixoto bottom of the leaderboard. As someone who was able to progress very far in this competition previously, that is a little bit of a surprise to me. We'll have to see if he can come back into that game. It's now Bonmati. Tries to dink one through to Kylian Mbappe. Unable to do so, though. Vitinha will work alongside Mo Salah now. Salah making that run down the right. There is plenty of space there, but instead goes down the middle. And again, it's going to be the run coming through. And Yascow finds his second. And what a run that was through the middle as well. Instantly he saw that pass available. You saw how early he triggered the run, but what a turn that is from Morgan. I think I mentioned it earlier. Sometimes on that turn, you're very vulnerable for defenders just being able to nip in and steal that ball away from you. He timed that one to perfection, saw exactly where the defenders were, and then slotted that ball through. Regains the lead. Can Tuga find another response here? right from kickoff. Only 20 minutes gone, already 3 goals. So strap yourselves in, folks. This could be a goal fest. Mbappe being double-teamed at the moment, and successfully so. And Yascow does look very threatening on the counter-attack. Morgan is through here. Should be able to get a shot away if you want to, but instead cuts it back, plays one through. Oh, that is brilliant. You could have taken the shot with Morgan, but there was a better plan ahead. Noticed a little bit of space on the edge, but that was not the final point of the plan. Just look at this run that's coming through from Mbappe. And he saw it about here. And notice the subtle switch off. Tuga switched defenders just in case the shot was going to be blasted from the edge of the area. And that moment of hesitation just allowed the pass to come through. And Yascow now takes a 3-1 lead here. As elsewhere, Verang is up 2-0. Lucas Official has lost his lead as well against Peixoto. It's 1-1. That's one thing I do love about the game this year is we are going to get goals. I think the critique of the game in previous years is sometimes it was too hard to score. Sometimes you could park the bus. Sometimes you could have 10 men behind the ball, and we were just seeing 1-0 games back in the day. But you do see creativity here. Maybe even more so right now, but Tuga can't break through that defense. I love the passing game that you can play in FC 26. You can just play football, and it's something that I've wanted from the game for quite some time, and they've done it really well this year. Whether it's tiki-taka passing, whether it's playing those through balls, or you can, of course, twist and turn with some of those skill moves. As now Salah plays one across. It's 4. And Morgan finds another. Rubbing salt in the wounds again with the T-sip celebration. Again, it's going to annoy me a little bit. But wow, what a goal. Spotting that run being made. Defender in no man's land in the end. 5 goals in 27 minutes here, folks. And Yascow now might start to move into cruise control. And as I was saying, I mean, scoring 5 goals against Verang is no easy feat, so I was wondering whether he was going to be able to bag some here. Lucas Official has found another to go 2-1 up in that one, and Tekkz also has found a goal to come back into the game at 3-1 against Verang. And look how it's affecting that leaderboard. As it stands, Verang would be top with 6. Yascow, Tuga, Lucas, and Tekkz all tied on 3 points, with only Peixoto down at the bottom. Now remember, it's not the only action that's on today. We've got a double header. Sorry, this week. Tomorrow, we've got Group B as well here in the FC Pro Open 26. So plenty of FC action on your screens this week. And Tuga already giving away possession off the kickoff, and that just means there's going to be a bigger opening here. Not able to find it, though. And I will say, at the moment, the 4-4-1-1 is absolutely crippling the 4-3-3. The midfield is just dominating so much space and freedom, and those runs that are being made from the midfielders as well have been deadly as Mbappe tries to take a finesse from outside the box, but does result in a corner. Fizzes one in to the back post. Shoved away, though, by Byrne. Somehow headed back in. Salah almost gave it back, but Tuga will be able to break away, as now Stoichkov. Mbappe stretching his legs on that left-hand side. Tries to play it in the middle, denied instantly. Now the counter-attack comes, and this is where Yascow has been deadly. Reinders. Into Morgan. Tries to play the 1-2. This time it was read by Tuga. And that's what he needs to do a little bit more. Seeing the way that Yascow's playing, the 1-2s, the runs that are being made through the middle, Tuga needs to be covering these passes better. And that was evident just in that passage of play. As now Bonmati tries to play that ball through, but Doesn't result in anything. Salah, though, on the turn, tries to finesse it on his strong foot. I remember how deadly Salah's been over the last couple of years with that finesse on his left. Sometimes you can bang him in from distance. But if you're a smart defender, you'll show him onto your left, show him onto his right foot more often. As Mbappe now. Can he beat the two players ganging up on him? Needs help from the midfield. This is where it can get frustrating at times when there's so many bodies in front of you and you're just turning and hoping to find the pass. But as soon as you take that one touch too many, that's when defenders lunge in and make their moment. A little bit of game management now here from Yascow, just slowing it down. Doesn't want to give Tuga a ticket back into the game easily. Doesn't need to rush. Has a 3-goal lead. 5 minutes left in this half. Now plays one more ball in. Mbappe, chance to make it 5. Good save by Casillas. Will go out for a corner. Played quickly. All the way back out to Chiellini. Correas as well. Very much out of position here, but certainly can dribble past the defender if he needs to, and will do so. Manual pass into the middle. Salah can't find a second, though, as Militao puts it out for another corner. This one again is played short. All the way back out to Chiellini again. And Tuga hasn't seen the ball in the last kind of 7 minutes, so this is perfect from Yascow. Looks for an elastico in the middle of nowhere. Does give the ball away. Perhaps that was a little bit of a risky one. And Tuga will get one last chance before the break here to find a second goal. Maybe not. 2 minutes of added on time, though, so can Yascow make this a 4-goal lead? Mbappe has support. That is a deadly ball through as well, but that is brilliant defensive work just to slide and deny the pass. Because of the 2 minutes added on time, there might just be one last attack as long as Tuga goes forward here, which he is going to be able to cross that halfway line. Ball is won back, though, and the referee will blow for half-time. So elsewhere, 4-2 to Anders Verang against Tekkz. Lucas Official 4-1 up against Peixoto, and in our game, Yascow finds himself also up 4-1 against Tuga. It is one of those games that, you know, if you're able to topple a giant like Tuga, just for the sheer amount of history he has in the scene and what he's been able to achieve, great confidence builder, not just for today, but for the competition in general. And I do wonder whether Tuga is going to maybe go into the tactics screen a little bit here. I don't know if the 4-3-3 is really doing too well against the 4-4-1-1. And with the discussion with his coach, I would assume some changes are going to come here, because even though you do have a whole second half, it is 9 minutes. 3 goals isn't the easiest comeback against a player who is defending well. So maybe you're relying on a mistake or two here, or you have to really change the pace of play with a formation change. And we are underway for the second half. It has been all Yascow. He has looked the superior player thus far. But can Tuga just bring a little bit of that experience out and show us what he's truly made of here in this second half? Doesn't look like he's made a formation adjustment. Does find the ball to Mbappe, though, and that little bit of goalkeeper movement just opened up the gap. Tuga was patient enough where he was almost gifted that goal. I mean, a brilliant passage of play there as Mbappe made the run. And just look, when the keeper was moved, it was going to be a guaranteed goal for Mbappe. Yascow was just hoping that Tuga was going to try and drill that one across goal. curious on people's thoughts about goalkeeper movement as well. I know there was a big discussion in the community as to whether you enjoy goalkeeper movement or don't enjoy goalkeeper movement. It certainly adds an extra element defensively. I know it can be a bit frustrating when essentially your opponent guesses which way to go. It just gives you an extra tool to try and stay in the game if you're not able to get a defender back. I'm 50-50. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. And I think that depends whether I'm attacking or defending, to be honest. But some of these pros, their goalkeeper movement and the mind games that come alongside them, it is incredible to watch. As now, here is Salah, back to Bonmati. Happy to be on the ball with Bonmati. She keeps the ball so close to her feet. Plays one into Alex Morgan. Drilled it top left, but Casillas was there. That was the attempt at a finesse. This is going to be a short corner, I imagine. Played all the way back out. This is something we've seen a couple of times from Yascow now. Oh, that's a brilliant turn from Vitinha. Plays one into Mbappe, and that should be... Oh, but it comes off the crossbar. That should have been 5. That should have been a goal. Just a little bit too much power with the shot. Is this a lifeline for Tuga? Oh, that would be a brilliant way to get back into the game for him. What a ball, and then what a finish from Mbappe, and right off the back of the woodwork being struck on the flip side. Again, look at, he manually switches, triggers that run. Pinpoint accuracy with both the pass and the finish. And there is that experience from Tuga. Keeping a level head despite the fact that he probably should have been conceding a 5th goal there, and then punishing your opponent. And that is going to really frustrate Yascow. I don't think you need to be a genius to understand how annoying that is when you probably should have scored and then on the other side you concede. As for games elsewhere, Verang 5-3 up against Tekkz. What a match is happening on that A stream. And then Lucas Official 4-2 up against Peixoto over on the C stream. But here, there's only 1 goal in it now. And I said that overturning a 3-goal deficit can be very difficult for pro players, but Tuga is slowly making it work as the ball gets fluffed, the ball gets won back. It is Messi in the box, in not Lionel, but just scrappy. Ball couldn't get out of anyone's feet. And again, that was another chance for Yascow. And this is where you start to really get in your head a little bit, as you start to say, well, surely they don't get a chance at goal again, but this time Yascow will defend it. I think if Tuga had scored there, we might have seen a headset get thrown by Yascow. More goals going in. Verang finds himself 6-3 up against Tekkz. Is that a little bit too far to come back from? Here's Morgan. Nice run through the middle from Vitinha. Morgan there for the 1-2, but doesn't want to utilise her. Instead, going into Bonmati, who tried to just brute force her way through the defence. "27 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for Tuga. And he'll know it. That's why he can afford to just take his time a little bit as I say that. Gives the ball away in what is a very scary position here. Mbappe on the left. 1-2. Plays it back post. Mo Salah drills it home. And Tuga was just trying to hold on to that ball a little bit. Looked to try and build from the back. But punished immediately as Morgan won the ball back. But then look at this. Look at the vision. Slices open the defence to find Mo Salah. And that is relief from Yascow as he reinstates a 2-goal lead here. Because if you think back to that shot that hit the woodwork, it could be 6-2 at this point, and we're probably calling this game over. Definitely still hope for Tuga, though, as now he goes into the tactics screen. Makes a couple of adjustments. Well, that's how brutal the competition is going to be. You make one small mistake, you give a ball away in a somewhat dangerous area, you're going to be playing against some of the best players in the world who will punish you. As I say, that ball given away again, and it is a quick counter-attack here from Yascow. Enough players were back that he has to retreat a little bit, but Salah's found the ball on the right-hand side again. Can he dink this one to the back post? Plays it into the middle instead, and Mbappe makes it 6. Brilliant work from Yascow. Salah had acres of space, and you could see Tuga was trying to cover the passes, and somehow, some way, does find the pass to Mbappe. Slightly lofted ball. And we're seeing 6-3 in 2 of our games now. There is still a little bit of time for Tuga, but with how Yascow's playing, Tuga's going to have to open up. Tuga's going to have to push forward a little bit more. And he's going to leave gaps. And especially if those gaps are on the wing that we've just seen. This 4-4-1-1 is punishing the 4-3-3. Having that extra player, it seems, in midfield is just giving him that freedom to make those runs. Anders Verang's just found a 7th, by the way, in a matchup that we've been waiting years for. It looks like it's going to go the way of the Falcons player. It's difficult here for Tuga. I wonder if a 4-4-2 could be the change. Maybe even a 4-5-1. You just need something that can combat the midfield and the amount of space that Yascow has in the moment. Well, we're about to find out anyway. Get a quick highlight of that finish from Mbappe. Almost kicked him in the back of the head. Ref. Looks like it's still a 4-3-3 for Tuga, so he's going to stand on business. He's going to continue with the formation that he's picked for now. Need something from this attack. Pina into Mbappe. Doesn't find the pass though, and now this is going to be where the breaks can happen. One more goal and this will be curtains this game. And here is Salah again with space on the right-hand side. Could drill it if he wanted to, but he just stops up. Looks for the pass. Does find one into Bonmati. And it's an extra pass into Mbappe. It's easy as you like. It's calm. Under the pressure that was coming from Tuga to try and win that ball back. And as I said, close those curtains. This one's done. Mbappe is not missing from there. 7-3. I cannot see Tuga finding 4 goals in the time that's left, especially with how Yascow is currently playing. It's what I feared with Tuga trying to push forward. Just left a little bit too much space at the back. Salah has punished him time and time again on that right-hand side. And now we need to see 17 goals? Wow, that would be something. 4 goals in 17 minutes. For Tuga. Oh, Rodman does win the ball back though, but oh, it's saved by Casillas. That could have been a chance. That would have at least made it somewhat interesting. Ball swung in to the back post. To the edge of the box even, excuse me. Another corner. This one goes to the edge of the box yet again, headed down. One by Byrne. Mbappe tries to turn. Vitinha wins it. And now Yascow again on the counter-attack can try and do something deadly here. Morgan wins it, but it is going to be offside. And I wonder whether Yascow's just going to try and hold on to the ball a little bit here. Or whether he's going to continue to look for goals. Because remember, goal difference definitely could play a part in this group. Mbappe strides forward. But Mati going to be looking for that pass again to maybe try and find Mati's teammates in Mbappe. Salah has been the main man, though, has to be said. As this is going to be frustrating for Tuga, not able to win the ball back. You're not going to find 4 goals when you can't get possession. Vitinha. Oh, beautiful ball and an even better finish. Just biding his time was Yascow, almost toying with Tuga, it felt. Waiting for Tuga to make that mistake, waiting for that gap to open. Look, with Vitinha, he just notices that player step up. And he makes it 8-3. Vergang's 9-3 up against Tekkz as well. And now these scorelines can happen in single leg FC. Especially when you've got these extra minutes. But you do have to be careful when you're on the receiving end of it. There has to be a moment where you consider, okay, I'm not going to be able to get back into this game. Let's try and save my goal difference here. Because being too aggressive to try and get back into the game, this can happen. Now, of course, there's 2 ways to look at that. You can save your goal difference by getting goals back, obviously, but at the moment, Tuga has not really been able to rescue anything. This could be it from Rodman, though, and okay, there you go. There is that goal difference slightly saved. Rodman, another one of those players that can be deadly in the final third. A brilliant run. Defender not able to get anywhere near it. It's going to be too late, sadly, for Tuga to try and get back into this game. Not even a draw seems reasonable at this point. In the other game, Lucas versus Peixoto, though, at 5-3. Maybe a late comeback could be had for Peixoto, but remember, we had the delay in this game, so those other games are going to finish first, you'd imagine. May already have finished, for all I know. 6 minutes remain in this one, though. As Yascow looking to try and solidify his spot in second place in the group at the moment. And of course, that would only be a temporary solidification. Maybe it wouldn't even be a solidification. Nothing solid about it. In fact, it's still like a wet cement mix. It's been an interesting game to watch, though. I think that something that I've learned is some of these formations are very dominant against the other, and if you don't have a plan B, if you don't read that, then you can be punished, and maybe that's a lesson that can be learned for a few of these competitors to have that knowledge of what formation is good against another, as it's a 9th goal now that goes in for Yascow. It's Morgan again. And again, increasing that goal difference, massive here for Yascow. Because he is currently in second place on goal difference. So any extra goals you can find in these final moments are huge. And if you think back to when Yascow hit that crossbar, he should have gone 5-2 up. Tuga scores on the flip side. Suddenly it's 4-3. And we were thinking, well, I was thinking we've got a game on our hands, but since then, Yascow has been nothing short of fantastic. Can we see one more goal from Tuga to try and rescue this goal difference a little bit? Pina. Needs a little bit of help. Not really finding it at the moment. Just being suffocated by the defense of Yascow. Finally does break out. Rodman into Mbappe. Nice skills, but not good enough to beat Llorente. 4 minutes of added on time, though, so another chance for Yascow to find a 10th here. It could be our first Double digits game of the day? No, not going to be. Rodman wins the ball back. Well, as I say that, one last chance maybe for an attack. Bonmati plays the ball into Mbappe, and maybe that 10th goal could come right here, right now, but is going to be saved by Casillas. Goes out for a corner, though. Played short. Dribbling in. You can feel it. Yascow wants that 10th. Not going to find it, though. The finesse doesn't come through, and the final whistle will be blown then. And what a game it was for Yascow, especially when there was those warning signs in the early stages. He responded fantastically and finds 9 goals in the end. Unbelievable. That is, I think, the most goals we've seen so far. Well, certainly on this stream, but also elsewhere. We saw Anders get 8 goals against him earlier. But now we are starting to see goals fly in left, right, and centre here in this competition. It has been brilliant thus far, and we have got even more action coming up as well. So, of course, don't go anywhere. We're going to head back to the main stream, and we'll see what's happening over there and how they thought the game went between Anders and Tekkz. It looks like it was a banger.
Most knowledgeable. Question 1. Who said, I am washed? All 3 of you?
Yeah, light work.
All have an answer?
I got an answer.
I have an answer. If you don't give me a point for this, I will give it by myself.
Tuga, who said it?
Anders. He's stupid.
Who said it? Tekkz.
Me about me. And that's double points.
Correct.
I've got a dog, you know, I've got a normal life. I'm washed, I'm a content creator, but I'm still trying to do it.
No.
And that's double points.
Are you stupid?
There you go. You
How?
Who said it about who?
No! Bro, please.
Tekkz did say it.
Yeah, of course, about himself. That's why there's only one name.
Sit down and shut up.
0, 1, 1.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. I'm a fair judge. It's only question 1.
PlayStation.
Question 2. Are we witnessing the greatest FC Pro player we have ever seen? Who said it?
Oh, it's between two though.
Tekkz, we'll go you first.
B. Smith.
Yeah.
But Anders.
Okay. Anders. Brandon. Me.
Pro win.
Okay. Tuga?
Yeah, Brandon and Anders as well. Yeah.
I can tell you, it's Brandon about Anders after winning the FC Pro Open.
Are we witnessing one of the best FC Pro players we have ever seen? Anders Verang, FC Pro Open champion.
You all get 2 points because you all said the contest stands person.
We know.
Wait, you think Manny's the goal?
I'm just happy that there's one caster with a
You did right now?
Oh, shut up.
Question 3. Anders, I'm coming for you. Who said it?
Anders, I'm coming for you.
Anders, I'm coming to you first. Jafonso.
I'm not sure.
Tuga, who said it?
Me.
Oh my god, I think you're right.
Tuga.
It was Tuga who said it, and you said it after getting drawn into Group A.
That is Group A. Thoughts?
Anders, I'm coming for you. Exactly. You heard?
Would you say you're scared of Tuga?
Bro, that's so bad.
Well, at half-time whistle has just gone 3 points apiece across the 3 competitors. Join us next time to see who comes out on top in Who Said That.
Join in on the action of the FC Pro Open broadcast at Twitch or YouTube /EA Sports FC Pro to earn your viewership rewards. Watch match day 1 for at least 15 minutes and earn an FC Pro Dan James on loan. Watch 60 minutes and get 82 plus times 5. And welcome back to the FC Pro Open. We've just seen one of the most hotly anticipated games ever. Anders versus Tekkz. And Anders blew Tekkz out of the water, Harry.
Yeah, OK, calm down. He's just clinical, so I'm putting it down. And there's potential for revenge in game week 2, but Anders has started absolutely perfectly, and he's already 3 points clear at the top, so he might be eyeing up that World Cup spot already.
I mean, what we've seen for the first time as well already this season is Anders Verang going after our commentary team. We saw him shushing Richard Buckley. I mean, Shells, you were there. What did Rich do wrong?
I mean, hopefully he was just atting Richard there. Hopefully me and Ryan are in the clear, but, you know, Anders just loves to get hit. I think he uses it as motivation. If he doesn't hear that something that he likes, he just uses it as motivation. If he's working his way, he will let the commentators know. Maybe to keep quiet a little bit.
Yeah, he's absolutely box office, as is Tekkz. And like Harry said, they've got to do it all again in a few weeks, but there is still plenty more to happen here. I mean, listen, this is a moment that I've been waiting for a long time. We are about to view goals that you guys at home have been sending in, and that's why Harry and Shells are here to watch over them and give their honest opinion. So we will start playing some goals from our community right here, which have been submitted by you guys. You can keep sending them in. And we will start straight away with this one from Waffle.
Oh, Bicey.
Corner ball into the box. You called it. That's Paul Pogba there as well.
Don't ever come at the corner king.
I mean, he must have got inspiration from McTominay over the weekend. But wow, what a Bicey. I mean, Harry, you're a corner man. Something that you do?
Yeah, it's better than that play lock stuff everyone else is doing here, so I rate it.
An Astro Geek here as well. Oh! Savinho!
I think he's just showing off against a lesser opponent, to be honest. So I'm not rating that one either.
Okay, now that one caught my eye.
Ice three body with an absolute screamer, and then another one from Oscaro. We'll just let him do his thing on the edge of the area. Shells.
I mean,
hey, Shells.
I'm trying to watch the defender now.
That's like you in pro clubs, isn't it?
Yeah, it's back in my old days. I don't know if I still got it in me. I just put the ball back in the net now. But the skills, wow.
Which one was the best goal then that you just saw?
I'm saying that power shot with Vitinha, I think it was. That was...
I'm saying the last one because it looked an even game.
I mean, I'll tell you what, let's just have a look at them again really quickly. The last one in particular, that, I don't know how to define. I mean, this one is just, you know, the bicycle king, like you said. The corner king is here with us, by the way. Harry, proud of that one?
I would be proud of it. The thing about that one is, I think what separates good goals is anyone can technically do that. You know what I mean?
I get you.
It's a bit of pot luck.
Yeah, I can't.
And then this way looking.
This one from Savinho, you said you think he's showing off, but I mean, Charles, how do you even do? Well, I mean, look, we'll have to talk through that eventually. I don't even know how to do that. This is your favourite?
Yeah,
I'm saying that one as well.
That is, because I wouldn't do that. And 1-0 up, power shot with Vitinha, wow.
And a Vitinha which was evolved, by the way. It was an evolution of the team, I think.
Joe, I'm taking what I said back because it was from kickoff.
I mean, this.
Ooh, wait, this guy was losing here. Oh, to be fair, to be losing and doing that, listen, that maybe might edge it, but that power shot with Vitinho caught my eye.
If someone does that against me, I'm leaving, you know, because I can't compete with that.
That happens every week against you, though.
All right, chill out,
You won't match people like that at your elo, don't worry about it.
You know, so I'd be interested to see what their record was, actually. Very good point. Listen, we're about to head into the next round of fixtures. If you think you can do better than the goals we've just seen, good luck. You've got a couple of days and we'll get some more into us. Just go to EA Sports FC Pro, submit the goals, and you'll get the likes of Harriet and Shells talking about them. Listen, we've just seen, like I said, the goals in the game. There's been a lot of goals here so far in 2 rounds of fixtures. More of the same, Shells?
Hopefully. I mean, all players looking like they're trying to redeem themselves at one point. Obviously, Peixoto hasn't got any points on the board, but he's a man that's known for scoring goals. But I'm really impressed with Yascow's bounce back. We might have to keep an eye on him.
I think Yascow, really, really, really impressed. I've not seen much of him apart from just ruining Tom's hopes and dreams.
I think that's the 3rd time you've mentioned that on the broadcast.
Not bitter about it, though.
I mean, listen, so, it's so important to stress for everyone who's watching at home, we're only 2 fixtures in already of Group A. Group A happens again. Each group is played twice on 2 separate occasions. From the position of Peixoto, how important is it that you get some points on the board so he's well within touching distance?
It's very important. It's all about controlling your round that you're playing in because, of course, players in the group that you're with could be messing up themselves. So it's all about focusing on what's in front of you, and anything can change from week to week. But it's very hard because you can see, like, I feel like seeing Tekkz lose there, it could hit him mentally. It'll be quite hard to reset for these players to try and bounce back in the next game, but you got to take one game at a time.
I think it's a big shock, these are as well, because straight when Anders beat Tekkz, he just ran over to me and went, what's the league table? And then I said Peixoto, I was like...
Yeah, you couldn't believe it. I mean, listen, there's plenty of more FC to play. I mean, we're going to head over now to the casters. Is Richard Buckley still there, or has Anders scared him off?
I'm here. Don't you worry about me. I am here. And we go again. Anders Verang tucking in. He's going to be kicking off very shortly against Tuga. Joined with the one and only Ryan Peixoto. You said you can score better goals than that, Ryan?
Yeah, I don't know. There was one in there I feel like I could hedge my bets against. This is the table as it stands, though, of course. Group A, Anders Verang unbeaten. 6 points from a possible 6. Yascow in second, based on goal difference, ahead of Tuga, Lucas Official, and Tekkz. And then LJR, 0 points.
That's the only surprise.
For me, 100%.
I think everything else sort of is where I'd expect it. I thought Anders would sort of be at the halfway point, you could say, after this game. Top of the table. Unless he suffers a massive defeat here against Tuga and goal difference swings against him. That's the only surprise. I thought LJR, he's looked good.
I thought he would beat Lucas Official. That's me being honest. I genuinely did. But yeah, he's still got a few more games today to get some points on the board.
Yeah, not only are they playing 4 points on the table, but also each player is represented with an FC Pro Live item. And this is what's been happening with Darwin Núñez over this live stream. You can see he started today at 210k. He's up right now, 238,000 coins. This was the last time we did check it, only a couple of minutes ago. I know you invested, Ryan. Yep. You're already sold.
Sold. I leave early.
Sold for that much?
It was more than that, actually.
Okay.
Sold for more than that, but it's still profit.
Profit is profit.
Profit is profit. I can't complain at that. I never like to hold it into the tournament just in case. You never know what can happen, but yeah, I take the profit.
And let's talk about those upgrades as well, because obviously if you get 3 points, you get in a +1 skill move or weak foot.
Yep.
You're looking at 10 points, so +1 overall. Anders is over halfway there.
Close.
Do you think he'll get that by the end of today? 2 more wins?
It's definitely possible. With the way it's going, I feel like it's pretty much guaranteed. But again, anything can happen. I feel like that game against...
All right, well, we are underway then. Back in the B stream, it's going to be Tekkz versus Lucas Official. It's going to be Tekkz kicking from left to right in the Red Bull Leipzig kick. And it's going to be Lucas from right to left in the white strip. So much needed points for both players here. If you saw the tables, it is all very tight at the moment. Pretty much everyone bar 2 are on 3 points. It's only Peixoto who's down there on 0 and Anders Verang on 6. So if you want to be able to try and get yourself closer to qualification and the top end of that leaderboard, this could be a huge game for you. But it's going to be Lucas now coming forward. Turam does just clear that one out, but it will go for a corner. We have seen a couple of corners go in today. Although slightly different strategies all around. Thierry Henry is going to be playing up front for Lucas, so I'm already a big fan of his team selection. I still think Henry has been done dirty over the years in FC, though. That man moved like no other player I've ever seen before. And somehow he still gets given, like, bad balance. But maybe he can be the difference maker here for Lucas. Tekkz is going to, of course, be coming off the back of that loss to Anders Verang, so he's got the big game out of the way, probably in his eyes. And even though it didn't go the way he would have wanted, now he can focus elsewhere here and look to be back at his very best, as now Williams is going to be able to march on forward, does have help in the middle, will try and utilize it, but is going to be denied. I think I heard his microphone there where he said, I just need to shoot. And sometimes that is the answer. It's as simple as that. Sometimes you've just got to actually have a shot on target. Even if you don't score, sometimes the keeper will just palm it away to another player of yours. As you see, that's the difference. Thierry Henry takes a shot, doesn't go in, but it is going to be a corner, which of course is dangerous in its own way as well. Salah able to beat the first two players, make it a third. Tries to cut back to Thierry Henry, but swipes at it, and the defender blocks comfortably in the end. And we've spoke a lot about Tekkz already, but Lucas, if you don't know him, he's a player from Germany. Ranked second in this year's FC Pro Open, the global qualifiers, so I think that speaks volumes. The fact that he's above almost, well, everyone but one. So you think of your biggest and best FC players, he's probably above them in those rankings. As now Bonmati tries to fizz one in. And if I'm correct, I think that Lucas got all the way to the semi-finals of the virtual Bundesliga back in 24-25, losing out to Anders Verang, actually. As Thierry Henry now tries to drive it near post. If he had gone across goal, that was guaranteed. Plays it back to Yapstam into Mbappe. And that is what everyone's been trying to do from corners. Get that ball just towards the edge, towards your big centre-back who can nod it down for the oncoming striker. And that's why corners can be so terrifying to go up against, and Mbappe just had acres of space in the end. And Lucas will take a 1-0 lead here then. I think conceding from set pieces, as a lot of teams in the Premier League right now are finding out, is frustrating. I know Arsenal have been getting a lot of stick for it. But if you can master set pieces, you can score so many goals in FC. There is always there is always at least one way to get a higher percentage chance of scoring from a corner when playing this game. And it looks like the route that everyone's going is that one. Trying to find your big defender and nod it down. Here's Bonmati, though, for Tekkz. The perfect player for Tekkz and his playstyle. Just being able to turn everyone and tries to drive it near post. Remember earlier he said, just shoot. Well, this time he did. And now he has a corner of his own. Is he going to go for something similar? Moves Stam out to that place. Nods it down. Finds it. Oh, it's a good opportunity. The only difference is it didn't find the foot of his player. Instead, he found the head. And this time, he can't nod it down. Does still have possession, though. Thierry Henry couldn't keep it. Tekkz looking dangerous going forward. Sinali with Bonmati working in the middle at the moment. Pina gives the ball away, though. And when you've got players like Mbappe on the pitch, you can break so fast. And Mbappe's going to be there down the left as well. And Tekkz's camera reacting to the sheer speed of that counter-attack, but does just about hold on. I will say, one of my favorite things about watching Tekkz grow up in front of our very eyes as a competitor is how much his personality has developed, so from being a 16-year-old playing all the way through to now. His reactions really have become priceless. And even though he's saying he's more of a content creator nowadays, is what he kind of tried to state at the end of last year, I don't know if I believe it. That man still has the edge, and he still has the competitive drive, I'm sure. One of the most consistent players in FC history. But at the moment, Lucas is the one who has the lead, and Lucas is the one who is looking the more likely to score here. Only 22 is Lucas. Career earnings of around 30,000. So still pretty fresh in terms of achievements in FC. But maybe this year could be when he really turns it up, as now Williams trying to turn it up on the right-hand side. Does find Bonmati. Tonali. Could strike here, but instead plays it into Mbappe. And how have you not scored? And I think Tekkz is feeling the same way there. That was such a good opportunity. Now he's going to opt to play it short from the corner. Pina all the way back. Now Bonmati on the edge, looking to see if he can find that penetrating pass. Does find Claudio Pina. Can't quite skip past enough of the players, though. Was maybe looking to go for a little low-driven finesse, perhaps. Remember, you can see what's happening elsewhere. Yascow, 4-1 up against Peixoto. It's not been a good day for Peixoto. However, for Yascow, he is looking on fire. After losing his initial matchup to Verang, looking like he could be ending up on 6 points after the 3 matches played. Verang also 1-0 up against Tuga. Looking to try to make it 3 for 3. And I tell you what, if the leaderboard were to look like this after full time, I'd be surprised. Like, Lucas Official above Tuga and Tekkz would not have been where I would have really predicted things. But it also demonstrates the sheer power of this group and how closely contested it's going to be. And how some of these very minor decisions, just a slight little bit of goalkeeper movement, one pass that goes wayward, a crossbar that's hit here or there, could be the difference between progressing through this group, really, with how close it's been at the moment. Here's Tekkz, plays it into Pina. Oh, he maybe could have turned right there. Turned himself into trouble. As Tuga's just got a goal back against Verang as well, which will make the leaderboard even more interesting. Williams. Pina in the middle again. Does find her. Lays it back, but Vitinha doing his defensive due diligence. And now Lucas can break. Oh, that pass. If it had gone through, he was in so much space. But that is also what Tekkz does. He cuts those passing lines, but he has just stepped out quite a bit there, and he has left a gap. Lucas, can he take advantage of it? The answer is no. 7 minutes remaining in the first half. There was a lot of room on that left, and he will find it now, Tekkz, but Mbappe is going to be caught up here, so he's going to have to turn back on himself. Tries to fizz one through the defense again. Could have played it back to the edge of the area, but was trying to do something a little bit more risque. Here's Turam. Williams, again trying to break through. Frustration for Tekkz, but the ball is given away, so that is going to be a lifeline. Williams does have so much pace to him. Valverde again, remember, right back. Plays it into Williams. He is onside. Finds Tonali. Plays one more, but Llorente has done a fantastic job there at coming back and ensuring the striker is not able to get a foot on it. Is there one more goal to be had here in this half? Tekkz is very fortunate to get the ball back here. Can he actually make something of it, though? Tonali not likely to shoot from there. Instead looking for Mbappe, but that is good defense from Lucas. And now he maybe can find a second. Most importantly, you want to deny an attack here. Yeah, this is good. Hold on to the ball. Make sure you have the last attack of the half. Wait for that added on time to show so you know what you've got to work with. 1 minute. There we go. And now you move forward. Here's Mbappe. Shifts it onto his right. Tries to play the pass in. Does Tekkz have time for one last attack? Have to go now. No, you don't. So that is perfectly timed by Lucas. And it is going to be 1-0 to Lucas after the first half. A very tight game between these two competitors. And boy, is it going to make a difference in those standings if it stays this way. Remember, these tables, even though it's just group stages, they have a very big impact on the entire year. And next year, actually. Bottom 2 eliminated. 4th place gets invited to next year's FC Pro Open. Then, of course, there's the qualification that can be had as well, finishing in the top sides of the table. You can also guarantee your spot in the finals by finishing first in the group. And I'm sure Anders would love to be there. Here's Williams. Does play it back into Pina. That's a good turn. Look for another pass, though. And Tekkz, again, visibly confused would be a good way to put it. That's a great ball, though, over the top. Mo Salah. You want it on his left foot. Does find his left foot, but it is too predictable. That's the only problem for me, for Salah. And I feel like it's been the same for years, is that he's so predictable on his left that you can defend so easily against him. And players like Salah will slowly fall out of favour. The more items that come out, the more 5-star players that are available as well. Now Tekkz is charging forward here. Does have a chance to play it back. Instead, he's taking his time here. This is what Tekkz likes to do. Likes to look for that perfect opportunity, but is punished for it. But too quick on the counter-attack was Lucas, so he will give away a possession again to Tekkz. Bonmati working with Tonali as well as Valverde. Nothing comes of it, though. But again, that is another pass that it's too easy for Tekkz to pick up. Lucas needs to do a little bit better as Williams. Is he onside? No, he's off. It's certainly warning signs. It is dangerous. Lucas needs to be careful here. He is rushing his attacks and he is giving the ball away at the moment to Tekkz, and he knows it. And don't get me wrong, it is not easy to keep possession against Tekkz. I will keep praising Tekkz because it's just how he positions his players. But he's still a goal down here. Still needs one. This time, Williams is onside. And this time, he will find the equaliser. And he turns to Mav and says, I just need to shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. It's so easy to get in your head and think, I need that extra pass. I need that higher percentage chance of scoring. But finishing is better this year than it was last. You can beat these goalkeepers. And now we're all square, and Tekkz has got that goal that he's been so desperately searching for. I think Lucas will be maybe a little bit miffed because he's given the ball away a couple of times. He's invited the pressure almost. But also trying to sit on a 1-0 lead is near impossible in this game. Now, that will change the table again. Tekkz moves up to 4th position. And will be on 4 points tied with Lucas. And that's why this game is so important, because it's essentially a chance at a 6-point game. Verang 2-1 up against Tuga. Yascow 5-2 up against Peixoto. Yascow's goal difference is going to be insane, by the way, as now Lucas tries to come forward. Tekkz does get the ball away with Casillas. Didn't seem too worried about the oncoming players. Good ball out to Mbappe on the left. Can stretch his legs a little bit. Now he said he just needs to shoot, shoot, shoot. But this time, oh, how has that not gone in? How has that not gone in? I mean, the coaches in the game looked just as shocked as Tekkz and I did. He did everything right, played it across, but the touch from Pina, I think it was Pina, in the end just touched it around the post. Tekkz should be 2-1 up. I tell you what, if that was my weekend league, the console might be off. I'd be taking a break, and I'd be saying, all right, I go in again tomorrow. Tekkz doesn't have that freedom. Tekkz needs to lock back in and see if he can create another opportunity. Plays it into Pina. Williams making the run as well. Does find it. Great vision from Tekkz. Bonmati trying to look for the pass. Will find her. All the way back out. One more into Tonali. Tonali can sometimes be a little bit sluggish on the ball, but Tekkz somehow makes him look clean as anything. Speaking of clean, look at that pass from Pina. Oh, just not quite enough. When Tekkz starts to build, you just feel the excitement in the game. He does read the game in a certain way. You just know there's excitement coming. But Lucas, maybe he can do the same thing on the counter-attack here. Does find Mo Salah. Oh, I thought he was going to bury that one. Just goes over. That would have been stealing it away then. It definitely would have been against the run of play. Is Williams onside here? Looks like the answer's no. It's no. Don't get excited, folks. It's no. Thought it was yes. Definitely a close one, though. And that is like 3 or 4 times now where Tekkz has been right on the line. Lucas really cutting it close. Mbappe's just been able to walk forward freely here, but that is well read by Tekkz. I think he would have been going into panic stations a little bit when Mbappe was just walking forward for free. But that's another reason to have Lilian Thuram on your team. Oh, what a ball that is, by the way! And now a chance for Tekkz to take the lead, and he will! He will not miss those opportunities. It is another incredible through ball that Tekkz finds. Look at this one. He sees the run being made. Lucas can't quite switch on to Stam quick enough. And then just slots it home to take a 2-1 lead and, most importantly, jump up to 6 points on the leaderboards. And now he is within that top 3. It's been a strange game for Lucas. An early lead, but then has just really lacked anything in the final third. There was a couple of slap shots. Of course, the one from Salah was close, but it was against the run of play. But this is usually now where you're going into dangerous territory against Tekkz. When he has the lead, when you're getting closer towards the end of the game. And Tekkz very good at holding on to that ball. So just under 20 minutes remaining then for Lucas to try and find at least a goal back, but it is another state of possession that goes in favour of Tekkz instead. Williams has Tonali alongside him. Does manage to get it back to Bonmati as well. And this, like, Tekkz is so frustrating to play against with how well he holds on to that ball. But look at this player switching. Look at the pressure that he's applying by constantly switching, marking those runs, cutting those passing lines. But Lucas has found a ball through this time. It is not an impenetrable defense from Tekkz, but he again gets across with Thuram. But now we have a corner. And remember what we've already seen from corners. Stam heads it down. Could it have been a replication of last time? The answer's no, as now Mbappe will steal the ball away and Tekkz can look to counter-attack. Williams is gone, but he's offside. He went a little bit too quick. But now, oh, what a beautiful set of skills that was just to get past the player. Tekkz looking to beat yet another man. Looking to find support from Mbappe. Does manage to get it. Goalkeeper is in no man's land, by the way. Was just trying to cover the cutback. And nothing comes from the attack. Lionel Messi has made his way onto the pitch for Lucas. That's a pretty impressive super sub to have. It is going to be another left-footed player, though, as now Thierry Henry! Oh, he tries to go for a little bit of a low-driven, but Casillas, that's the reason why he's on the pitch. Can get down, can get those shots blocked with his legs. And Tekkz still holds on. Well, Lucas hasn't had chances here, and he is trying to pin Tekkz in now. Valverde making a run on the right will be found. Williams is going to be the next one to make the run. Was the offside trap good enough there? Yes. Lucas has done well with these offside traps. And that will naturally give him possession now from the free kick. And Mbappe is going to have plenty of space on the left to try and cut inside. Verang wins it, but can't hold on to the ball. Can we see a little bit of magic from the midfield? A lot of defensive work to do here for Tekkz, but he has plenty of bodies. Everyone seems to be back bar his striker. It's going to be difficult to break through, but he does somehow just about get there. Cannot find that final pass, and now Tekkz breaking away on the counter-attack. Left-hand side opens up for Mbappe, just turns back in on himself. Pina going to be the target now, potentially, but instead, she comes back onside. Now Pina has it, now the cutback happens, but no shot from it. Goal kick. 4 minutes remain. Is there one more twist in this tale between Tekkz and Lucas? And can that leaderboard change just one more time? It's a good ball to Mbappe. Brings it down. Is the 1-2 on? Thierry Henry can't quite get onto it either. And now Tekkz, even though he is very much wanting to attack here, he does need to look at that clock, which I'm sure he has had eyes on, and his coach probably reminding him as well. But he could finish this game right here, right now. Playing it smart, holding on to the ball, keeping possession. Gets fortunate there. Added on time, 2 minutes. It's not done yet. Maybe one last chance for an attack for Lucas if he can win the ball back. But there is so much room in the middle, but Tekkz does not opt to take it. Lucas almost inviting the pass because he realizes that might be his only chance to win the ball back here. As Tekkz now is just holding on to the ball. And that clock should tick over. Play back to the keeper, and Tekkz will win 2-1. A little cheeky smile from him. He had to work hard for it, that's for sure. Even though Lucas took the lead through a set piece, he didn't really offer too much going forward. Tekkz had the answer for most of the things that Lucas was able to put on his plate. And I tell you what, Tekkz, when he did get going, he looks very dangerous. And now he'll find himself on 6 points in the leaderboard as well. If that had gone south, he would have been sat at the bottom of the table or close to the bottom of the table on 3. Instead, Tekkz wins this one 2-1, and he will climb that table and look towards his next opponent. So that's going to do us for now here on the B stream. Of course, we've got 2 more matches still to come, but until then, let's check out what the main stream's doing and see what's happening in their games.
The scenes to get, I mean, Anders is always ready, but getting the entire team ready for moments like these.
I mean, it's our job to support the players and whatever makes them more comfortable. Sometimes having them a boot camp. So let's say before Atlanta, I came as well here to London to practice just to make sure that I play the best out of the best. And I think that shows when I was there, I was ready. Just 1 win away, which was very close as well. So even for our MENA player who's not like Anders, we still give them the chance if at one point before a big tournament to go to boot camp and try to practice against the best players, because I think that's very crucial to make you who you are. And sometimes you need to train and test your level. If you're good enough, your tactics are solid enough against the best players, or you're still missing out something.
Oh, great ball. Hold on a second. Oh, score. Has to score as we go into a pause. Just following up on what you said there, again, we see different sides to the story. Obviously, you've been a world champion before, you've won multiple events, but then you mentioned in Atlanta you came so close to making it through. How do you, as a player that's going through those moments, bounce back? Is it just about giving yourself time to recover, or do you just go back into practice and try for the next tournament? What do you do?
I mean, I think I've been competing since 9 years now.
Oh, that's a penalty.
So I've been competing probably since 9 years, so I know what to take and what don't. I think now these days I just don't take it too much harsh on myself.
Yeah.
Anders does slot the penalty home, bottom left corner.
He closed the game very well.
Yeah, it was the game we expected eventually.
Yes.
But Tuga did give a huge fight. It was 2-1 for a large portion of that game. This is the penalty. As you can see, press tackle, misses it. Yamal goes to the ground, and then it's just down to Anders to tuck the penalty away, which he does emphatically. Bottom left corner, done. Game done.
Yeah, but competing as well, going back to the question, competing for me now is very much different.
Of course.
Yeah, like I've been competing for 9 years, so at one point...
Look at him.
So at one point in my career, I will be really devastated and probably get along with me for the next month that I lost. But I think these days I just have to accept that, okay, I've been here for long enough and I had my time. I still want to do it once again and believe so. But you just have to accept it more, I think, in yourself.
Do you have a few spare jerseys for him? I think that one might be a bit wet.
You better not do anything with the jersey.
Richard Buckley, Ryan Peixoto, joined by the 2018 world champion, Mr. MS Dossery. It's been, I want to say, quite comfortable so far for yourself and for Anders. Did you expect this coming into today? Obviously, you know what he can do when he is playing his best. I think he even said in an interview before the Tekkz game, I'm not really playing that well, and then goes and performs like that.
Yeah, I texted him yesterday, told him that should I come today, and he said don't act like if you're busy, and this is the way he texted me. And then I told him I'll be late but I'll come. I think I was a bit worried when I watched the first game because he wasn't playing up at his level, but always the first game is always the hardest game, I think, everyone. So as long as he gets to his momentum and level, I think he's a very hard player to stop.
Do you not think that's just a testament to show how good he is? Like, I don't think people realize, we can see it, he knows that he's not playing his best, yet he's still able to tuck away some of the best players in Europe.
I was just about to ask, you must go in, now you're affiliated with him. I mean, last year you were probably thinking, do we have to play again? You must go into every game. I mean, we do, for the most part, thinking he's going to win. Like, that must be very strange.
I think I view it differently. I'm a player, so I know that the level between the players are very close, as much as he's the best, but at the end of the day, if you don't score your chances, your opponent will. So I think that's the difference, that I'm living his own life and I know what he can experience as a player. So as much as he's the best and he should win, but as much as we accept that the level of the players are very close as well.
I was on this side in 2019 though, when you were competing, and you, Tekkz, Nicholas, probably Lev Vinken, Stefano Pina on the PlayStation side. I expected you to win 95% of the games you played because of how good you were. I think he's in that category. There's only certain games where you think, okay, that could be a really tough game. When he plays Emre Yilmaz, when he plays Manu Bachorin, Levi David, Oberon. It must be so strange. I can't imagine being in the order and be like, yeah, I feel pretty confident that my player's going to win that game.
Don't need to turn up.
I'm a Barnsley fan. I'm used to seeing me lose. I'm used to seeing my team lose. It must be so strange expecting him to win.
I mean, if you're the best player, I think you should be happy to take that responsibility, because that what concludes you as the best player.
Yeah.
That you would feel just walking with it as very happily. And that's, I think, the difference between best player and a guy who's not consistent enough. A best player should accept it and just take the challenge very happily with it, with a smile face. And pretty sure he does. Like, if I tell him your opponent will win, he wouldn't be happy at all.
That's what happened when you thought you said Tekkz might win.
I said Tekkz was going to win, and all through the game he was turning around and shushing the commentary booth. Got a couple of games just waiting to wrap up here in London.
But it's as well, to be fair, it's very hard to do what he's doing. And even Emre, Malo, that level of players, it's very hard to be consistent and expected to win, and you still win. But that just shows, I think, how given he is, to be honest, as a talented player.
I said it earlier when he was playing against Tekkz. When he plays at his best, I'm not sure who can get near him. He has to play poorly, and his opponent has to play well for that person to win. We saw it the E-Champions League final. Emre Yilmaz was unbelievable against Anders in that final. It was a very close game. I think it was one goal in the end that separated the two. Anders lost. He played poorly at the World Championships and lost the game that he looks back on and go, that was a bad game.
Of course.
I think since that, he realises that he can't just turn up and play. He has to play well. And if he does play well, we see results like this where these are not easy players. This is Tuga, this is Tekkz. He's beating pretty convincingly, Ryan.
Yeah, and again, we spoke earlier about Tuga defensively being, from when back in the days, you know, he's one of the best defensive players in terms of just controlling the tempo of a game. You thought he could keep a 1-0 win in then best of 2. And he's struggling to sort of breathe.
In FIFA 19, he was the only player that he would still win 1-0.
Yeah.
And that's props to him and how he can control the game and how can he play mind games, let's say that way. And I think he's very good at it, to be honest. So defensively, always Tuga, and he's known that when you play Tuga, it's going to be a boring game defensively.
Well, we are back underway. 10 minutes left to go here between Tuga and Anders.
See I was going to say the pass there into Mbappe potentially could have been on, but he drifted offside. Goal difference is a key part in this group format. Is there ever a situation where if you're Tuga now, you're thinking, hold on a minute, I'm not playing too well. I'm up against arguably the best player in the tournament. Yeah. Do you sort of just think, okay, I might just try my best and hold on to a -4 here?
I think you need to feel how you are doing in the game.
Yeah.
If you have created enough chances, you're confident, you'd still go to at least close the gap. But if you feel that your opponent is just having a better day than you are, then I think you should play it smartly. But as well, it's very hard for a player to accept that.
Of course.
Don't go for scoring.
Yeah.
Some of the names that we did mention when we were talking about Anders and his close competition will be in action tomorrow. The world champion is coming to play, Manu Peixoto, as Tuga hits the uprights. Nothing's going his way at the moment.
Got to score that. I'll be honest, he has to score that great bit of build-up play there, and it just fell to somebody who, not Tonali, is obviously very, very effective, but in that final third, you would have wanted somebody else. Never mind, he's got the rub with the green, and it's somehow found its way into Mbappe to score.
He's gone. Anders has gone. He's literally walking off the set. He's walking up around where the desk is. He's taken a stroll. He's just got back for the replay to end, so he did time it right. And it makes me think that that's not the last time we're going to see that.
Yeah, don't be confused for those. He is 5-2 up.
Yeah, he is, but he's clearly unhappy with how the goal went in, Ryan.
Yeah, understandably so. For it to just ricochet and just fall perfect.
You're usually offside there as well.
It's just what he's right though. You're saying what can you do? What can you do? Nothing. Those are the ones where you just think, really, okay, fair enough.
You like to see that though, Dossary, a little bit.
I think that's the personality and the player who he is, and you should just accept it and enjoy it. To be honest, I think that's who he is.
Oh, that could be on, you know.
Yeah,
he's going to come up the other end with Matti, just offside. 5-2 here. Nuno Tavares, the FC Pro Live item associated with Tuga. Anders Verang will be 1 point away from that 10-point haul that everyone's looking at for the +1 overall. You're going to be getting Darwin Núñez with the +1 skill move or weak foot, and for 10 points, if he was to win one more game after this, he would be on.
I'm telling you, the coach is
+1 overall.
I thought the coach was laughing.
Ooh. Apologies if you did hear any foul language there from Anders. Clearly frustrated with how this game has wrapped up. Thought he should have got the interception with stamina. I think he's probably right there, but Tuga does just edge that goal difference back ever so slightly. 5-3. You would imagine, is this game going to finalise? LJR and Yascow full time, and there you have it. Anders with the win. It wasn't as emphatic and dominant as his previous games. He's clearly frustrated going into games 4 and 5 with how that did wrap up. He's already in there looking at the replays. It's been an absolute pleasure to be joined by the King of the Jungle, MS Dasari, in the commentary booth. Just before we move on. Anything you want to say to all the Team Falcons fans out there who are supporting Anders?
Yeah, I want to thank them for their support. I think it gives us a great feeling as well. And as long as he's delivering and doing well, as a supporters or fans, we're very happy. And appreciate everyone just watching the stream as well in many different English or Arabic language.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the commentary. A bit of royalty alongside me and Ryan Peixoto. We're going to head on over to FG with some FC Mobile. FG, what's happening?
Oh, listen, I'm so excited for this one. First of all, massive thank you to two of the best FC Pro players ever, Ryan Peixoto and MS Tassari, and of course you, Mr. Richard Buckley. Here we are. It is time for the cast. As you can see, Rose and Shells are locked in right now. They're playing FC Mobile versus Attack Game Mode. Shells, Shells is...
You're distracting me, FG, bro.
It's going already. Let's take a look and see if we can get it up on the screen. This is live. Rose, you've already scored a goal. When we get back...
Come on.
From the break, we are going to start our leaderboard between talent. Let us know in wherever you're watching today's broadcast who you think is going to be winning. It's currently 2-2. The aim of the game is to score as many as you can. Was that just you, Shells?
I don't know what's going on. Bro, my teammate's not... Hold on.
Yeah,
what?
right.
Come on. Oh, I hit the bar.
Shells is struggling. Rose is doing quite well. Come back to us after the break and we will be launching our leaderboard for FC Mobile.
I just kicked it back to my goalie.
You used to be a professional, by the way, a professional gamer. And Rose, this is your debut. Beat Chelsea.
PlayStation.
Play FC 26 and win prizes on PlayStation tournaments. To sign up, look for the in-game PlayStation Tournaments button or head to the FC26 Game Hub. Bring your best squad, show your skills and compete for prizes and more. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see we've got not just Rose and Shells next to me, but also our brand new FC Pro mobile leaderboard, which we are going to be discussing every single week. And I mean, where better to start than our former E-Premier League winner, a man who plays games for a living as well as this. How did it go, Shells?
Yeah, we lost. Let me just put it simply like that. You know, I'm a controller player. Going to the handheld on mobile, it took me some time. I've missed a lot of chances, I lost.
I am jumping straight on the FC Mobile bandwagon, by the way, because you look like you were having the time of your life.
I did. Not only did I win, but I had a good time doing it.
I mean, listen, the people watching at home who've been waiting eagerly to see who would win between you two might be wondering how things went down. I mean, let's show you some of the highlights.
Footage. No.
There is footage, it's recorded. I mean, let's start, shall we, with Rose? I mean, because... Is this you?
I think that's me, I'll be honest. Look, I'm trying my best here, I'll be honest.
So you were, I mean, the game, first of all, the gameplay looks fantastic. I mean, the thing is, Shells, is you are meant to put the ball in the back of the net, and it didn't really happen much for you.
And you can't blame the game.
6 times is a lot. It's 6 times a lot. Now, the graphics on a mobile game, by the way, no joke, that was incredible. But yeah, the graphics didn't save me at all. I need to work on my finishing.
So, I mean, I don't know if you're hearing this right, everyone watching at home, but the scores, as I've been given the lovely job of writing the scores on our brand new leaderboard. Rose, how many did you score?
7.
7?
Yeah.
In the versus attack. Well, that's a good start.
Don't let it be mistaken.
If you're watching at home, round of applause for Rose. And Shells?
7.
No.
6.
No.
I was about to do a VAR check. We've got the footage, pal.
6.
6, right, OK. So first things first, how does it feel, Shells, to be bottom of the leaderboard so far?
You know, being first in something is a great feeling, actually, so I'll take that with pride, you know?
Exactly, being first in something, which is why I'll come over to Rose. Top of our FC mobile leaderboard. Congratulations.
Thank you, it's a great honour.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, do you think you're going to stay top of this leaderboard for a while?
I think so, yeah. I think I'm probably the best FC Pro mobile player out there, to be honest.
You're definitely the best one here out of these two, because Shells scored 1 less goal. Please try along at home if you're watching this, because it looks super fun. It's easy to download. We'll get a graphic up in a moment to help you download, and let us know. Please feel free. Scan that QR code. The club is yours, FC Mobile. And I tell you what, please tweet every single one of us, including EA Sports FC Pro, with screenshots of how many goals you manage, because Shells, my friend, you should be very ashamed of yourself.
But at least it shows it's real to the similar game, because online, on the real game on the console, I'm just as bad in finishing in front of goal. So if I've carried it over to the mobile, listen, it shows the skills there.
Do you play much FC Mobile?
I don't, but I'm going
That's
to.
a lie. She's been practicing.
She looks very, very good. You did look very,
I'm just
very good.
naturally skilled, and it's easy with a good game, so.
I mean, look, Harry's literally looking at us, and he's so disappointed in Shells, but he is also very happy because I think something's happened at Old Trafford. Let's go over to Mr. Richard Buckley and Harry Hesketh. Harry, everything okay, mate?
And after all, you're my Dewsbury Hall.
We're looking. FC Pro IQ time. You've picked out a clip for us, Harry. It's one of your favourite moments of the day, shall we say. It was a really, really nice bit of one-touch play. Let's jump into it. Let's have a look at what we're seeing. This was Yascow and Anders. It's actually not the Anders goal, it's the Yascow goal. Sort of getting back in the game, Anders did go on to win, but talk me through what we're seeing here.
I think overall, Yascow has impressed me like tenfold. I'll go as far as saying he's been the best attacker at the competition. Like, you see how many players he's sending forward. He doesn't play stupid passes with Morgan because he knows he's got no passing play styles. And then the amount of people that would bite in a position like that, but look at that.
It's
tiki-taka.
It's pretty liquid. Let's roll this back, because I want to go sort of moment by moment. Him winning the ball back first.
Reinders being in the centre of him, or it might be left centre, he's almost using him as a quarterback. He's starting the attacks, and I just seen at the end, he's finishing them. It's all about, well, one, that dribbling was unbelievable, but it's just about his tiki-taka play style. If you play a first-time pass with him, even if there's a player in between that looks like they can intercept it, they kind of just don't.
He's constantly triggering runs as well, and we see this ball from Mbappe. Goes to the edge, back to Mbappe, pause it right there.
Stop that.
Roll it back. When Bonmati, Aitana here, gets the ball to her feet, because I'm shooting.
There.
Perfect.
So there, most people stop. They'll stop with Bon Mati. You get a bit of a head rush. You can see the goal in front of you. You're stopping. Even with composure, you're stopping, turning, shooting.
I'm going here, maybe for a near post, or I'm trying to turn. I'm going that side.
I think the majority of players stop, turn, and shoot, but the awareness to know Alex Morgan's there, who also is better at finishing, is unbelievable. And he's been at it all day. I don't know how you stop him from scoring.
Alex Morgan with the finish. I know we were a little bit slanderous on her earlier on today. When you play her as that finisher, not like a Pina who's trying to link up play, she's pretty special up top.
Well, he is shown to put egg on my face, to be honest, because but it's the way he's using her. Like, where so many players are trying to get it into Pina and then play off her, he's playing from the midfield, like a normal football way, as you'd say, and he's using Alex Morgan when it matters at times like that and not trying anything too extravagant with her apart from putting the ball in the net.
Into the top corner. We also have a Mystery Nation that's been going along at home. I've seen a lot of guesses in the chat for different nations. I don't think many people have got it so far. What's happening here? Is the screen malfunctioning? We've got Billy Gilmore, FC Pro Live item
I do not
on
have a
the
clue.
screen. It's all right. We'll forget about that. We'll move very quickly on. Billy Gilmore making a guest appearance on the show. I mean, it's a nice item, Harry, you got to say. We've actually seen him today a little bit with Intercept Plus.
Intercept Plus is a million miles better than Anticipate Plus this year as well. If you've got that in centre mid, they just get everything. That's the one thing that can stop Reindeer's Tiki Taka.
We're going to see Danny Pitbull in with Billy Gilmore. The story of Atlanta, I want to say, Danny Pitbull, he was in tears on the stage when he qualified for the Pro Open, the first ever time. I can't wait to see Danny Pitbull in action. You can see the play styles from him.
Got
nice combination
play style as well. That is quality.
Danny Pitbull goes all the way. We could be looking at the Meta CDM right there. Let's see what else is on the horizon. Billy Gilmore aside, we've got some big games coming up in round 4. Let's head right on over and get these matches underway.
Well, I feel like there's probably an error somehow from admin to get us over here. The stream might get taken down by half-time with us over here. But that Billy Gilmore item, though, Shells, telling you, those play styles, for those at home, I don't even know how much. This isn't even like an investment tip. Those play styles are incredible. And he can get upgraded as well. Danny Pitbull, you've got a new #1 fan, I promise. Crazy,
I mean,
crazy.
Billy Gilmore's got all the play styles you already need for a centre mid. The passing play styles and the goal intercept. All he needs is a couple wins with Danny Pitbull, and that is a superstar of a centre mid right there.
Unbelievable. Let us know as well in the chat about the Mystery Nation, what nation you believe it is, and if you've managed to complete the objective in Ultimate Team right now. Our featured game is going to be Yascow up against Tekkz. Both of these players, I believe, are on 6 points as it stands. So this is a very, very important game in terms of just trying to get a bit more space. And that's going to be just offside. I liked what Harry mentioned. We spoke about it in the previous round as well with Yascow, how he doesn't use the striker as the person that's playing those through balls to the wingers. He tends to use the likes of Bon Mati or Vitinho, whoever it may be, Reinders. They're the players that are utilising the passing play styles to play it into a finisher like Morgan. What do you feel about that play style?
It's one of those ones. Yascow's been competing in the Europe West region, and haven't been able to play against him. That's someone I don't want to be playing against, but he is so good going forward. And to be honest, this will be my first time to actually see how he attacks and see how he does it, because like I said, he's one of them pros where not any other pro attacks like him, but Tekkz is trying to go forward. Oh no, it was Yascow. As you can see with the first time through ball, sorry. But Yascow going forward, like I said, no one moves like him, so it'll be hard to defend against, as you can see from Tuga, conceding a lot against Yascow.
He's one of the best players going forward, and I know a lot of people may not be familiar with how effective he can be in those final moments before a chance is created. A bit of an opportunity here for Tekkz, twisting and turning to get it into Reinders. And I think he wanted to R1 dribble and accidentally dummied it. Another player as well that I think is incredible at attacking, who we will see in Group D, Nasada.
Oh, listen.
One of my favourite players, that guy. That, seriously,
I've been talking about Nasada since last year. You can see Yascow trying a first-time shot from range, but Nasada, listen, I don't want to talk about him too much, but listen, everyone in this competition has got their eye out for Nasada, and we'll be seeing him in action soon to come. But he's definitely the best attacker in the game.
He's tracked the run there with Carreras. It's still not going to be enough to stop it reaching Bon Mati. But can he find space to work it around the area? Beautiful cancellations there. Plays it into Tonali, walks straight into Chiellini, who gets tackled.
Ooh.
And again, similar to the Anders game.
Yeah, I don't think that was a bit of a harsh one. I think he was a bit fortunate to get the shot, the ball back, and I think he just wanted to get a shot off because he knew he had a good situation. But Tekkz this year, I think he's so comfortable on the ball, and I think he feels it, and you can see it how he plays. He's taking the touches, he's controlling it with his left stick, technical dribbling right here. He's looking comfortable. He just needs to find a way to maybe find a balance between dribbling and just shooting, trying to get a goal.
That's the one there, the first time shots. It may not lead to a goal in that situation. However, it could lead to a chance from the corners right here. FC 26, I don't think Tekkz is going to go for it. Or is he? Back post for a knockdown. Stam is selected. Tries to chest it in the path of Turam, which is intercepted. Yascow uses the creative run as well. We saw in that previous attack that didn't lead to anything. Is that something that you use a lot in your game, or you'd recommend people to try and adapt to?
I definitely think that's something you've got to try and learn. That's something I am really bad at. I think it's one of them features you don't want to force it because it can mess up your whole attack. But if you can master the creative runs, as you can see the McGeady cancel.
Yo.
That's good. Shooting across goal on a weak foot. But the McGeady cancel. Wow, I expected a finesse, but Yascow finds himself 1-0 up.
Do you know what I like here? When you stick the ball with Morgan, because he's taken the touch one way, you expect him to turn back there.
With a finesse as well as a play style.
Exactly. Tekkz expected that. It didn't happen. The cancel of the skill move there. And the finish from Morgan is unbelievable.
Do you expect your keeper to save that? I don't know.
I don't know.
If that was a finesse, I wouldn't have complained.
94 finishing, though, you kind of just...
Precision shooting as well.
It's when we were teammates in the 2v2, we're just recycling that ball and we lose it. It's still 0-0. We might concede.
All right, folks, well, we're going to be jumping over to the B stream. Of course, you saw the action that was happening on the main stream, but we have got quite the matchup for you over on this one. We've got Verang versus Lucas. Of course, they know each other pretty well, both competing in the virtual Bundesliga for the last couple of years. And even though they've not directly played one another, Lucas did lose out against Red Bull Leipzig last season. It was Verang's teammate who took him down in the end. Verang undefeated at the moment throughout this competition. And is he going to look to try and make it 4 out of 4 to get 12 points at the top of the table? Or can we see a little fight back from Lucas? Because after the loss to Tekkz, Lucas now finds himself on 3 points, second to last in the table. And he could drop down even further if he were to lose this one. It's a tall ask to try and take down Verang, especially when you are desperately in need of points. We've seen crazier things happen in this esport as Verang does give the ball away. Lucas now maybe has a chance, but Stam wins the ball back. And Verang, who has been scoring, you know, like anywhere between 5 and 8 goals each time, has looked deadly going forward, but he's just able to hold on there. A little fist bump as the goalkeeper movement was successful. From the corner, Mo Salah plays it all the way back. Mbappe on the edge of the box. Turns a little too slowly. He's going to be able to give that ball away. And now Anders on the counter-attack is going to have acres of space here for Kylian Mbappe. Tries to just run straight at the goal. Opted not to try and play it across goal with the pass. Thought he could maybe just beat the defender. And now there is going to be a counter-attack here for Lucas. This is end-to-end action at the moment. But Lucas gives the ball away. And you can see the speed of which Anders wanting to try and push himself up the pitch as well. Is that onside? It might be for Thierry Henry, and it's going to be an opener here for Lucas. And Verang, we've already seen how much he begins to emote when he is down, even when he's up, to be fair. We've seen Verang, I think he was 8-5 up earlier, conceded that 5th goal, and he was so frustrated because goal difference still matters. Goal difference could be the reason why you don't finish top, for example. So Again, apologies if you can hear any language. I think Richard Buckley had to say it a few times, and maybe we'll get that camera repaired as well. But Verang is going to be a goal down here. I will say, I've known Anders now for a few years since he came into the scene. And even though he does get into his own head sometimes, when he plays angry, he still plays well. So Lucas needs to very much stay on top of things here and not give Anders a chance back into the game. Too late. You don't even have the opportunity. Verang finds his equalizer. And he stares down the lens. I don't know if he's checking if the camera's okay or whether he's having a chat with you guys at home. At this point, all that matters is Anders got the goal. I'm sure admins might have a word with him soon. Has to be careful. In my time commentating esports, I will say Anders is probably one of the most entertaining players to watch for various reasons. And I don't know who he's telling to shut up either, but this is... Yeah, it's quite the... I'm glad we got one Anders game on the Bravo stream. I will say, I thought he was going to be on mainstream all day. This has made my day. So, thank you, FC, for letting me call one of his matches. Anyway, it's 1-1. Strap yourselves in, because this is going to be an entertaining one. From kickoff, Lucas is able to win the ball back again. Thierry Henry just going to drift out to the left-hand side now, but Llorente defends well on the right. And remember, you can see the live standings on that left-hand side as the goals go in, and it could be maybe another goal here. Low driven. Oh, and it's a second save from Casillas as well. Verang looks a little bit surprised at that one, but gives the ball away yet again. Everything is falling for Lucas, but finally, Verang wins the ball back. But not for long. It's strange. Lucas looks far more comfortable in this game than he did against Tekkz. And again, this comes down to formation. This comes down to play styles as well. And at the moment, Lucas is being able to find chances. He is able to find space in the final third. Right there. Thierry Henry makes it 2-1. And it is even more frustration for Anders Verang, as he poses the questions to his coach of how is that even happening. And I believe he's probably frustrated that he's tried to cover the pass there. But Lucas has just been able to find the ball across. I tell you what, if you can rattle one of the best players in the world, then you're doing a good job. And especially when Lucas is down. Remember, he was on 3 points coming into this. He was second bottom in this table. And now he's up to 6 points as it stands. He would be tied with Tekkz, because Tekkz is currently losing to Yascow. And remember, Yascow now would go joint with Verang as it stands, both on 9 points. And Yascow's goal difference has been increasing game after game after his loss to Verang, the first match of the day. Lucas doing very well to stay composed as well, by the way. It's hard enough playing against an opponent when they are smack-talking across the way when they're winning. But when you hear someone get so frustrated so loudly on the other team as well, you really have to stay focused. That's where headphones and noise-cancelling earphones definitely help. Now here comes Lucas again. Denied, though, this time by Verang, who is definitely rushing his attacks. Wants to try and get this equalizer and get back into this game. Here is Mbappe. Ball is denied. And now Lucas can instantly counter-attack here. A lot of room. You're not really going to be able to get the shot away here with Salah. You're going to have to try and turn onto the left. But he goes for a double back. And Henry with the diving header. Mbappe still has the ball. That was almost spectacular from Lucas. I love the creativity. I love trying something a little bit different. Mbappe now finds Henry again, but it's a good save from Casillas. Corner now. Right into Stam. Nods it down. Does find Henry. Back to Stam again. Plays it back to Henry. He was still player locked there. Otherwise, maybe he could have done more. It's been an eventful first 26 minutes, and Lucas has won the ball back again. Here's Salah. Lucas just biding his time, looking for that little bit of space. Anders bringing his strikers back to try and win the ball back as well. Thierry Henry is making that run through the middle, but it's Mbappe who gets the ball on the left. Can he cut it back? No, Yapstam. A brick wall in defence at times. Will hold on to it. Now here comes Verang. There was a chance at a through ball there, but I think the offside trap just came up from Lucas, which made Verang just switch his pass to the right-hand side. That one should be offside for Thierry Henry and will be. And with 30 minutes gone, it is still Lucas who leads. Elsewhere, Yascow has a 4-1 lead up against Tekkz. Tuga is beating Peixoto 2-1. As Mo Salah strides forward but just runs himself into trouble. Again, it's a quick attempt at a counter-attack denied by Lucas. And I do wonder if Vergang's just playing a little bit with feeling at the moment rather than with the great brain that he does have for this game. Again, tries to play one a little bit too soon. This one could be onside though. Thierry Henry, and he does make it 3. And Lucas is putting up an incredible game here against one of the best in the world. What a ball that is, just about onside. And Thierry Henry hammers it home. I'm not surprised that the replay from the other camera wasn't shown. Does need to be careful, does Anders? As for Lucas, you just got to stay focused. This would be a huge result for him if he can find a win. You know full well when you're going up against a player of this standard, things can change very quickly. But Anders has not really looked that threatening thus far. A lot of his balls have been cut out, but now Pina going forward might be able to find a goal here if you can get the shot away, but Yapstam too quick to get his foot in front of the shot. Maybe a second bite of the cherry though, plays it back, De Jong's there, a third chance, and Reinders will put it in. Reinders, excuse me. Verang finds his ticket back into the game. And that is always going to be the threat he poses, even if he's not playing at his very best. He has that potential to just get that shock moment of getting himself back in. I feel like he's looking at me, honestly. Can he hear me? I hope not. 3-2 then. And Lucas will still have the lead, but of course that does now open things up for Verang and just makes things a little bit more dicey for Lucas Official. Five minutes left of the first half. Lucas just holding on to the ball a little bit here now, maybe recognizing that Anders is trying to hit on that counter-attack. So you just have to be extra careful in some of those more dangerous areas. Speaking of dangerous, here's Thierry Henry, tries to stride past Saliba. Saliba too strong, just as he is in real life as well. Look at that run from Mbappe on the left, though. Instead, though, just keeps going with Pina. She is deadly going forward, but Reinders is intercepted, and now Henry can play the ball out to the right. It's going to be Mo Salah. Probably will try and cut this one back. Just too many bodies in the way, though. Potentially one last chance on the attack here for Verang. Will eventually go out left as well to Mbappe. Just ball rolls across to shift it onto one foot. Pina into the middle. It's going to be a penalty. And Verang has the chance now to equalise just before halftime. Kylian Mbappe steps up and will put it away and will find the equaliser. And for all the frustration in the early stages of this game, it is all for nothing now. We are right back to square one at 3-3. Sends the keeper the wrong way. And going into the half, we are going to be all square here between these two. And what a game it has been so far. A little pep talk, I'll call it. As Anders just tries to talk himself into this second half. Is there maybe one attack here? I tell you what, there is... Oh no, throw-in's gone the other way. Yeah, the whistle should go here, and it will. Okay, so half-time, 3-3 then. Elsewhere, Tuga is up 4-1 against Peixoto. Yascow 5-1 up against Tekkz. I mean, Yascow lost 8-5 to Verang earlier, and I was like, you know, 5 goals against Verang is pretty impressive. And since then, he has not lost. He's put 3 wins on the board, or it will be 3 wins on the bounce if he does take down Tekkz. And he has been putting up numbers as well. Look at the goal difference. If you consider the fact that Verang beat him 8-5, and Verang now only has a 4 goal difference lead over Yascow, it does really show how impressive Yascow has been since that first game. But then it does get tight in the middle of the table. Tuga and Tekkz will both be on 6 points. Lucas Official at the moment would be on 4, but of course if he were to find a victory here, he would also go up to 6. And then sadly, it's been a rough old day for Peixoto, as he finds himself still winless. 0 points at the bottom of the table, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon at the scoreline at the moment. Now here comes Anders Verang. Bonmati, players to the left and right of her, just holds on to the ball for now, waits for that ball, it will find, and that just was patience personified. Anders Verang hesitated a moment with Bonmati, waited for someone to make that run, triggered them himself, and then it was just a little dink through ball. And Anders Verang takes the lead for the first time in this game. He never missing from there. And now the question is, how does Lucas respond to this one? I said it, even if Anders goes down, even if he looks like his head is absolutely gone and he's frustrated and he's going to make mistakes, he plays well, even when he's angry. And now Lucas knows this is going to be a very big mountain to climb, because when Verang starts to get going, it begins to snowball. The good news for Lucas is there's plenty of time. The bad news for Lucas is there's plenty of time, because it means there's still plenty of time for Anders to score a wealth of goals here. And he does win the ball back, does the Falcons boy. Of course, that was the big money signing, the huge news last year when he signed for Falcons right at the end of the season, with their eyes on the prize. Pina plays it in now to Reinders, and it is going to be a 5th goal. They're starting to fly in now. A man who does not want to make any mistakes, a man who wants to be conceding no goals every game, will find himself with a 2-goal advantage and start to create a bit of a gap at the top of this table. And that mountain has now got just even a little bit bigger for Lucas to get back into this game. As Verang, he's flowing now. He's feeling himself. Looking far more comfortable than he did in those early stages, where he was kind of rushing a few passes, wasn't able to find his targets. But now this is where you're going to see Verang at his very best. Can Lucas find anything from kickoff? The answer is no. Reinders into Pina. Lamine Yamal tries to play a 1-2 with Bonmati and Mbappe running through the middle. Won't be able to beat the defender. And Lucas does mean he has a counter-attack with Henry, but Yapstam is going to be very aggressive. Mbappe, though, does get into the box, but Llorente showing why he's a valuable right back as well. Corner, sent out to the edge. Won by Reinders, though, and now here comes a counter from Verang. Pina and Mbappe making the same run through the middle, and also Lamine Yamal on the right-hand side. 1-2 is available. Doesn't opt to go for it instead, because Yamal was just a little bit offside. Instead, he's patient and plays it this time when Yamal is onside. Cuts it into the middle. Not going to find a goal. Here's Mbappe for Lucas. If he can find a goal to turn this into 5-4, then maybe that'll give him a little bit of hope, but Anders just looks so comfortable going forward now, and that's going to be 6-3. Doubles the lead. And you can see the celebration from him towards the coach. The temper difference is insane as well. Let's be honest. He was absolutely fuming at the start of this game. And now, it turns into jubilation, celebration. And the thing is, I know what type of player Anders is. I'm sure a lot of you viewing it will as well. Even if he wins this game, he will still be thinking about those initial 3 goals and how he could have stopped conceding them. He's always looking to be better. And sometimes he'll feel like he couldn't have done nothing at all. And that's where some of his frustration comes from. But the fact he's been able to respond in this way, after being so visibly frustrated to the point of lashing out at the camera, he now finds himself 3 goals up, in cruise control, and likely to win this game. Unless Lucas can find an extra gear here. But I wonder if he's just run out of gas, as Yamal also has nothing left in the tank to try and chase that ball. Thierry Henry bullied off of it by Yapstam. And now Anders Verang will want to rub salt in the wounds here and try and increase that goal difference even more so. Yamal. Into Bonmati. Bonmati now tries to play one across to Mbappe, but that's going to be quickly sought out. And this is going to be a good counter. Here's Mbappe. Maybe a little bit of help in the middle. Instead, just drives it towards goal. And it will go out for a corner. He has been trying to find Yapstam from these corners, but this time he plays it short. Salah plays one into Thierry Henry, but that's gone wide. A wasted chance. Maybe the low-driven could have found the bottom left-hand corner, but just off target. Mbappe wins the ball back, though. Thierry Henry is in the middle. Potential chance for a little cutback. And there is Thierry Henry. There is more frustration from Anders, and there is a lifeline here for Lucas. You look at replay at this one. Remember, Anders gave this ball away, which is why you're hearing choice words. I think they're in German, though, so that's good news. If you don't know any German. Sadly, I know a little bit. So I'll apologise to any German viewers. 6-4 is the scoreline. And with 21 minutes left, can Lucas find another one? Start to twist that knife of frustration a little bit more. And maybe he'd give himself a chance in these final stages of this game. Certainly does look confident still going forward. Maybe he tries to strike it here, but maybe not the right player to be hitting it with. A very easy collection for Casillas in the end. And now with Lucas looking to try and find goals, there is going to be space at the back for counter-attacks, and Verang is finding that out firsthand here. Plays one into the middle. De Jong just about rescues it, but he's still under pressure here. Yamal trying to win that ball back unsuccessfully. And Lucas has played himself out of trouble. Gives the ball away, though. One more goal would finish this game off, you feel. Yamal into Pina. Here could be. It will be. And that should be the game. That should be the final nail in the coffin here. What a roller coaster of emotions Anders has been on throughout this game. And we've all been on that ride with him. Ups, downs, loop-de-loops. I think we went backwards at one point. And in the end, we should be crossing the finish line with Anders as the victor. A 3-goal lead going into the final 15 minutes. A player like Anders Verang should not be throwing away a position like this. Speaking of, Tekkz has just got a 4th goal back against Yascow, so maybe there's late hope in that one. As for Tuga versus Peixoto, it looks like that one's pretty much done and dusted. 6-2. Tuga finds himself up. As Lucas currently in that Tekkz screen, it's time for the Hail Mary, folks. If you've got any fresh legs on that bench that can make a difference, this is now the time to bring them on. And really, to have any chance in this game, Lucas needs a goal from kickoff. 15 minutes of regular time. You need a goal every 5 minutes, plus added on time. So that's why I'm saying you need one here. Maybe a chance for one. Lionel Messi could do it. Makes the extra pass. Potentially could have struck that ball across goal, and maybe that's going to be a mistake here from Lucas. Did he do a little bit too much? And now might be punished right on the other side here. Yamal has Pina in the middle. Does find Pina. There's the 8th goal. Will be punished. Game over. Anders Verang will make it 4 matches, 4 wins, 12 points. Great news if you did purchase that Nunes. The boys were talking about it on the desk. The price has been going up rapidly throughout the day as Verang puts up point after point, win after win. Because remember, all of these players are representing a FC Pro Live item that gets better and better the more wins they get, the more points they get throughout this competition, the further they get throughout each stage of the competition as well. And Darwin Núñez looks like he's going to be an absolute beast of an item with the way that Verang is playing at the moment. Do you do a Ryan Pessoa and sell while he's up, or do you hold and hope that Verang goes on to win the entire thing? But with 10 minutes left, this one's wrapped up. Sometimes I say those things and I worry a little bit. Like, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe there'll be a chance of a miraculous comeback, but it's not going to happen on this case. I'd love to try and pretend it will, but you have to call a spade sometimes. What we might see, though, is more goals from Verang. Can he increase that goal difference that is currently at 15 after 4 matches? Does give the ball away. Mo Salah has it on the side for Lucas, but great defensive work from Llorente. And we may well be seeing Verang going 5 for 5 today. Here's Bonmati. Looking for a 9th goal. Tries to turn and just shimmy around and maybe get that pass across. Mbappe has still found the ball. Plays it back in. Chiellini defends. And Lucas just clinging on because he also wants to make sure that his goal difference isn't too ruined here by Verang. And he does have a chance to maybe get one back through Kylian Mbappe, but he's maybe struck a little bit too soon there. Casillas makes the save. From the corner, we'll play it short. Messi, though, just runs into trouble. What an interesting game this has been. Offside for that attack, but if you take yourself back to the start of this game when Anders was conceding, it looked like he was on a path to potentially losing his head, losing the game. Instead, now he's about to make it 9, but Stam denies. And I will say, it must be so difficult to play against someone who is having that much emotion across the stage from you. You almost feel bad for scoring against them at that point as Mbappe tries to put it away. Maignan will save the ball, and we're going to go into added on time. Is there a chance for one more for Lucas? 4 minutes of added on time. So there's definitely more than enough time for an extra goal to try and increase that goal difference. But the same can be said for Anders Verang, as maybe there's a chance for a 9th goal then. Lamine Yamal, what have you got for us? It is top bins. It is 9. And if you were just tuning in, you'd think that maybe he conceded a goal here, but no. He's just scored his 9th. Anders Verang has been on a warpath in this game. It was easy in the end for Yamal. And he will be topping this table. And what's more important with the goal difference as well is that, let's say Anders loses his next game, which, you know, he still could. But with the way he's playing, unlikely. And if we were to see second place suddenly finding a victory and catching up and being on 12 points as well, this goal difference will come into play. Now remember, they do all play each other again later on in the competition. But Anders Verang will be on 12 points at the end of 4 matches played. It's 4 matches, it's 4 wins. Like I said, what a roller coaster of a game that we just witnessed. That poor admin. Maybe he's the MVP of this game, trying to keep Anders Verang from damaging equipment. What he did damage, though, was the goal difference of his opponent. And sadly for Lucas, he is not able to find a victory. And even though he was ahead, he cannot hold on to it. So Anders Verang still looks like a dominant force in this one, winning 9-4 as he moves on into match 5. Of course, match 5 is going to be coming up next, not just here, but the mainstream as well. Speaking of the mainstream, let's head back on over and see what's happening over there.
My expectation is always to win the group, and to not be first after the first week was, of course, like a disappointment, but I think all of us know how the group ended up, so it was not that important in the end.
It could be an absolute statement from the world champion. Anders Verang will be there.
I remember that going into the game, he was number 1 in the world on the ranking, and that was something I wanted to prove that was wrong, and I won with like 5 goals or something.
Anders Verang will book his place in the semi-finals of the FC Pro Open. No handshake between Anders and Abu Makar.
I don't care what people says about my behavior, because I know it's completely respectful to everyone, and I know I do the best way to motivate myself 100% every time.
LJR Peixoto and the fan favourite Anders Verang.
Before the game, I said he was the best player I played that year so far, so I remember in the extra time I played extremely clever, I would say. Like, I have more experience in these moments, and I know that usually when it gets close, I play better, and you can't clutch the whole time, but most of the times I think I do it quite well.
Anders Verang, back-to-back FC Pro Open Grand Finals.
If you look at the historic between him and me, I usually lose against him, but when I hear like him in a final, I would take it any day. Like, he's one of the best in the world. He's just extremely clever and knows how to play the game.
Anders Verang back in pole position.
But I think I wasn't down at any time in the game, so I was still say I was in control.
Massive chance! Missed!
I can't remember what I thought, but I was very happy that it didn't went in. And then the only thing that matters is the win.
Anders Verang, your FC Pro Open champion!
When it's that close and the game is over, it's something else, and I never won such a big tournament like this, so of course I was very relieved. And it's also the last tournament I won, so that's some quite time ago, and I hope I will be back on track soon.
PlayStation
This kind of player no need an introduction.
The action doesn't stop week after week here in London, because this is where the group of death will start. Where on earth did he get that from?
This group, it's really tough.
I think Albron enjoyed that one.
Everyone knows this is the group of death.
Free kick's coming from Bobby Charlton. Oh, what a way to end it.
I believe it is. I believe it is the group of death.
There are goals everywhere here.
Sì, acho claramente o grupo da morte.
Incredible performance from Umut.
I think our group is just the best.
Welcome back. I am here with Yascow. Now, Yascow, you've done so well so far. What's been your game plan?
Well, I try to play like in training, to be honest. I'm just going forward, like really quick, and I think it's like working pretty much for now. Hopefully, I can get the 3 last points in the group stage.
Yeah, honestly, like you've genuinely been killing it, so it's worked out really well. Now, I want to know what you're feeling ahead of this next match, though. It's the last one.
To be honest, I'm just feeling great. As I said, hopefully I get the 3 last points. So I will have maybe 12, and it will be pretty good for the second stage. And yeah, hopefully I get the win.
Well, good job and good luck, and I'm going to throw this over to FG.
Thank you very much. I mean, let's start with that man then, shall we, as I'm joined by Harry Hesketh and Mr. Ryan Peixoto. I mean, wow, what a day so far it's been for him. Of course, this is round 1 of Group A, but he has set himself up to have a potentially fantastic tournament.
Yeah, it would have been something that he would have dreamt of, having a start like that. I know that he didn't win his first game, but to have the resilience mentally to bounce back from that and trust that he can get points in the other games, I have to commend it.
I mean, let's take a look then, shall we, at the Group A table as it stands. I mean, that man Anders Verang, 4 wins out of 4, including a resounding victory against Tekkz. But let's focus on the bottom half of the table, because the last round of fixtures, LGR Peixoto, who many people would have backed to do really well in this group, Harry, is on 0 points. And up next for him is the man who has got 4 wins out of 4.
Yeah, having a must-win game against probably currently the best player on the planet right now is not a position where you want to be. I'm just looking at that magical line between 3rd and 4th, when you get through to the knockout and how tight it is. There is one goal in it.
I'm just looking at the table. I'm just thinking, as you said, LJ, he has to win this game, you know. Like, it seems obvious, but now it's starting, the realization after seeing the table here is setting in. He can't afford, in my opinion, to not get something from this game, and it's against the worst possible opponent in Anders.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to be playing Anders. Like Harry said, he's probably the best player on the planet right now. We're looking at the highlights of the last round of fixtures. I mean, focusing on that man Tekkz as well, it's very tight. But Tekkz, I mean, he's very experienced in this game, and surely he will still be relaxed with his coach Mav as well, because that second round of fixtures is going to be crucial. There's a lot of FC still to play. Harry, if you were in this position, how would you be feeling?
If I was Peixoto, not good. If I was Anders, very good. So it's all a bit relative, isn't it?
I mean, listen, Anders has been winning, but we've been seeing scenes like Anders has been losing. I mean, he is incredibly competitive with him. And you mentioned on commentary before that he's definitely still got the hunger. He's got the opportunity to potentially become the first ever man to retain this title.
Yeah, and he's definitely capable of doing it. Of course, we've only seen 1 week of action, but with the way he's going and the way he's playing, he's nowhere near his maximum. And he's about to potentially pick up maximum points, which is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? We're all talking about Anders Verang as the best player on the planet, and rightly so. He's actually second in the world rankings right now, officially to Nicholas. Group B, by the way, is tomorrow. Same time again tomorrow. We do it all again. These groups are going to be absolutely sensational, aren't they?
It's just the fact Group B was called the Group of Death when I'm seeing what I can see in front of my very eyes today.
Well, last round of fixtures, we've had loads of goals, over 100 goals here today. Let's head over to our casters, Mr. Richard Buckley and Shells.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, great to be here. Final game of the day. We do it all again tomorrow. Group B will be here. Final time for today. Will Anders go 15 out of 15? Will Tekkz or Tuga finish on 9 points? Will Yascow get into double figures? All those questions to be answered. Shells, it's a pleasure to be in the commentary position once again with you. The gaming focus that we're going to be looking at right behind us at the moment, Tekkz and Tuga, two players who have had quite topsy-turvy days, I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, Tekkz probably disappointed with the Anders result, you know, losing by such a big result. Tuga himself, maybe.
All right, then, here we are, folks. It's the final match of the day, and we've got Lucas versus Yascow here on the B stream. And, of course, plenty to play for. So much of these games are going to influence how this table looks at the end of today, as we're going to get an early opportunity here. It's going to be Yascow kicking from right to left in this white strip, may I add. And he has been brilliant today, only losing out to Verang in that first matchup of the day where he lost 8-5. Since then, he has gone unbeaten, and he finds himself second in the table, chasing down Anders, and certainly giving himself such a good opportunity to still potentially top this group. Because when they all play each other again here in Group A later on, as the weeks go through, that matchup of him versus Anders will be massive if he can stay within 3 points, because Anders is playing Peixoto in this last game, and that's going to be first versus last, so you have to assume Anders is going to walk away with this one with 15 points. So Yascow really needs to find another set of 3 here, but it's going to be Lucas marching forward, but he does just run himself out of play. There's that table that I'm talking about on that left-hand side. Of course, it's as it stands, so Yascow is being given an extra point with the current 0-0. I think that's going to be offside, so nothing from Thierry Henry is going to matter there. But between Tuga and Tekkz, what a huge game that is as well. Winner can just be able to create that gap from the bottom half of the table. And as I've already mentioned, Peixoto, a must-win game against Verang, which is going to be so difficult. But now here comes Yascow, who has been so good attacking today. Does connect with the woodwork, though. That's not the first time that's happened on our stream. We've seen him already hit the bar once earlier on today when he was playing against Tuga. But already looking dangerous in the early moments of this fixture. I think looking at that table, the biggest thing for me is just the goal difference from Verang. 16 goal difference, as now Morgan maybe can find the first. Goalkeeper moves across, but Chiellini makes one of the most insane tackles to keep this at 0-0. But you can already see Yascow is creating chance after chance here. It's going to look very threatening, especially when the ball is given away like that. Vitinha plays it in. Bonmati finds Morgan. Alex Morgan. Again, the keeper's out. Again, the defender has to make work. But this time, it is going to be a penalty. The referee does show a card as well. So that is deadly for Lucas. I believe that was a red card. Morgan steps up. Morgan finishes. And it's going to be 1-0. A red card. And Yascow now is going to be very much in the driver's seat for this game. As sadly for Lucas, he's going to have to play this game with 10 players on the pitch. Instantly does make the pause. Goes into the tactics screen, but you can see from his reaction, frustration. I believe it was a tactical foul as well. That's why the red card comes in. It was a deliberate press of buttons to bring the player down. Sometimes that can happen accidentally when you are holding the buttons for second player press and then also trying to press yourself with your X button. And those two buttons combined, sadly, can do a tactical foul. Or, who knows, maybe he was just like, I want to bring this player down. I don't think I'm going to get a red card. Maybe I'll just get a yellow. And he messed around and he found out. Elsewhere, Tekkz and Tuga, 1-1. Tekkz has just been able to find an equalizer. And the goal difference would suggest that Tuga has had a better day so far, but Tekkz can really turn that around if he was to find a victory. Anyway, back underway. Luca's going to be playing with 10 players on the pitch. Which could mean we could be in for quite a one-sided game if Yascow starts to get going the way he has done in previous matches. Bonmati holding on to it, juggling the ball. Into Mbappe, makes it 2, and it's going to be as easy as that. And I think Lucas knows that his goal difference might be taking a heavy hit in this matchup if things keep going this way. And he's only on 3 points at the moment, so he will start to fall behind the rest of the group, and then we'll need a miraculous week when these players go up against each other again in Group A. I'm not entirely sure what week it is, but I would assume it's week 5 or 6. Or at least match day 5 or 6. As we have 2 match days this week. Remember, Group B will be competing tomorrow. Some said it was the group of death. But after witnessing what we're seeing today, I'd say this group is also up there with being highly competitive. Verang's just taken his lead against Peixoto as well. Putting up to 15 points as it stands, and it would be an unbeaten, flawless day for him. He said he wanted to prove a point because in the official rankings, he was moved down to 2nd place. And he wanted to show what he was made of and why he thinks he is the best in the world. Well, he's definitely put on a show for everyone here today. As now here's Alex Morgan. Working with Salah, gets the ball back, makes it 3! 18 minutes goal. 3 goals scored. And that one looked pretty comfortable. It was just a matter of waiting for that defender to step up. Great vision for that pass as well. And even with the jockey play style, sadly, Lucas could do very little about it. And he already looks quite dejected, I will say. In all my years of commentating esports, I've got better at reading body language, but I don't think you need to be very good at reading body language just to understand from his there. Perhaps already accepting defeat, if I'm completely honest. Very difficult to try and come back from a 3-goal deficit with 10 players as well, may I add. Especially with how well Yascow has been playing as he wins the ball back. And again, looking to try and punish here on the counter-attack. Vitinha. Well, Matty doesn't play the ball over the top, but now there is going to be a gap there on the right. Good defensive work, but the ball still is in possession for Yascow. Mbappe hoping for support, but De Jong does the job, and De Jong now can start to lead a counter-attack here. And this is what Lucas is going to have to hope for, that he can just find goals from counter-attacks. It's going to be difficult to hold on to possession as Thierry Henry does not win the ball because that one is hooked away. I think Harry was talking about how important that playstyle can be. But now on the flip side, Yascow with Kylian Mbappe bursts past the defender. Will turn back on himself, starting to feel himself as well now, having a little bit of fun. Reinders plays it back. It's going to be 4. Dare I say it, this might just be game over already. Yascow looking more than comfortable here. That red card really has changed the game. I think looking back, Lucas will probably regret the tactical foul if it was purposeful. As I was alluding to there, it does happen sometimes, at least to me, when I'm second man pressing and then I'm also trying to make a pass or hoping that I can just stick a foot in. And then suddenly I'm bringing down a player. Alas, I'm not a professional. And back in my day, when I was competing, there wasn't such things as tactical fouls. Here comes Yascow again, plays it into Morgan. Could we be seeing a goal number 5? The keeper's in no man's land, but the defender does do the job. It's still going to be a corner, though, and Yascow now is starting to have some fun here. And even though I encourage fun, I would also employ him to continue to dominate and try and get that goal difference as good as possible to catch up. The ball comes off the keeper and the upright. You want to catch up Anders Vergang's goal difference, because his goal difference is 19 at the moment. He's 3-0 up against Peixoto. And remember, if you want to catch that mainstream game, Tuga versus Tekkz, that is going on at the moment as well on Twitch and YouTube. Can Lucas find anything before the half here? Thierry Henry! Saved by Casillas. Can't even get a strike of luck there either. Stroke of luck, excuse me. Salah. Unable to find Thierry Henry. And now Vitinha can lead the breakaway. Maybe rush that one a little bit too much, but doesn't matter because he's regained possession anyway. That right-hand side is looking very open yet again. But De Jong finds Thierry Henry. Maybe one back here. Oh, Casillas again. It's just not Lucas's game. Did he shoot a little bit too early? Also another question. Henry runs himself into trouble. Tuga has just found a second goal against Tekkz. What a result that would be for Tuga, by the way. Well, plenty of action to look forward to tomorrow. As I've already mentioned, we've got Group B featuring some of the biggest and best FC players in the world. Umut, Manu Bashore, Emre Yilmaz. All 3 of those players have won trophies, have won championships. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get to witness some of their games against each other on the Bravo stream tomorrow as Mbappe almost makes it 5. Here's Vitinha. Can't find the pass to Mbappe, but Salah wrestles back possession. And for Lucas here, I just feel like it has to be damage control. You have to just try and stop your goal difference being absolutely dismantled here. Because the likelihood of you coming back into this game and getting a point is decreasing by the minute. It does look like Verang is going to walk away with 5 wins out of 5 today as well. And Yascow potentially 4 wins out of 5, only losing to the previous man. Here's Salah. Here's 5. Wrap this one up. Put a bow on it. The red card may have already sealed the deal right in the opening stages of this game, but now, as I've mentioned, this is really where Yascow has to take advantage of what is in front of him. You want to go for 10 here. Even more if you find the time, because the goal difference could come into play. 19 for Verang at the moment, 10 for Yascow right now. When these players go up against each other again in Group A later on in this competition, if Yascow can be the one who instead beats Verang the second time around, suddenly that goal difference might be the difference from him finishing in second place or finishing in first place. As for Lucas, if I were him, I would probably just play a little bit more of a possession game here. I know it's a very difficult thing mentally to try and resign to, really, because you always want to try and do your best to get back into the game, and you want to throw everything in the kitchen sink at your opponent because of the what if. You know, what if you get into the penalty area and they get a red card and you get back into this? But bigger picture, if Lucas wants to qualify from this group, which is still possible, even at 3 points. Remember, if he was to win all of his games, he could very much shoot his way up the leaderboard the next time this group comes around. But the last thing you'd want is to get to that position where you work so hard, you get those games in, you get those wins, but then you lose out on goal difference because you got battered in one of these matches where you maybe left yourself a little bit too open. Anyway, that is going to be the first 45, and it is a 5-0 lead for Yascow. The French phenom. We have had some incredible French players throughout the history of FC. And maybe Yascow is that next generation of them. Elsewhere at the break, it looks like Tuga has a 2-1 lead over Tekkz, and Verang a 3-0 advantage over Peixoto. So I think most likely, first, second, fifth, and sixth stays the same here after these games. But third and fourth, still something to be said about that matchup. And of course, very important positions to be fighting for, even in the first round of play here for this group. Whether you're trying to gain automatic qualification for Worlds, whether you're trying to qualify for the quarterfinals, or whether you're just trying to get into those playoffs. As we resume gameplay between Lucas and Yascow then. It's going to be a very different 45 minutes for these two competitors. For Yascow, it's going to be trying to brute force his way through, find as much goals as possible. Take advantage of what's in front of you. As for Lucas, you have to hold strong here. You have to try and deny as much as you can, and maybe, just maybe, you get a counter-attack here or there. Speaking of, here's one. Salah needs help, does have help in the middle, and actually will find it! And sadly, the goalkeeper again makes a save. There definitely has been chances for Lucas to find goals here. On another day, might have had two. Here's Messi. Into De Jong. Being hassled and harried, though, and can't get past Reinders. Better possession, though, here from Lucas. Trying to build. Trying to poke. Trying to prod. Encourage a little bit of open space on the side of Yascow to try and win that ball back. Those front runners are absolutely deadly for Yascow, may I add. He's triggering those runs at such good times that they are able to just make it so difficult for Lucas to defend. But Lucas has done well to win the ball back. Trying to play a little bit of tiki-taka with De Jong in the middle. But it looks like, judging from the minimap, he's sacrificed a player from midfield. So he's playing like a 4-2-3. Here is Lucas. Which means those central midfielders are being worked right now. I imagine he's not playing a cam, so he's just playing those two CMs who they're going to have to try and do a lot. Which means they'll also be fatigued quicker. And he'll have to make some substitutions, so depending on who he has on his bench. Tuga's just regained the lead against Tekkz, by the way. As Verang is 5-0 up now against Peixoto. Verang saying to Yascow, anything you could do, I can do better. Or I guess he can do the same. At 5 apiece. Speaking of, though, Vergang's just found a 6th. So now he's saying, anything you can do, I can do better. Can Yascow respond and get an extra 6th goal of his own? Here's Salah. Bonmati looking for runners, does find Salah on his left, but Koundé will deflect. Mbappe trying to just sprint past the fullback here, and actually he will be able to get quite far and will beat the fullback. But now you need to find a cutback, and he tried to go for some tiki-taka passing, some quick passing to find that third player who was running into it. But in the end, might have just rushed it a little bit too much. And now on the other side, Yascow has a chance to make it 6, and he will do so. He answers back to Vergang's 6th goal with one of his own. And the two players at the top of the leaderboard are having a field day in their last matchup here. So I've been very impressed with Alex Morgan up top for Yascow from start to finish throughout today's competition. I like when players make a different selection when it comes to the items they're using. And even though sometimes it can feel like a little bit of a risk, essentially wasting that many coins on a striker when Claudio Pina exists. But Yascow has been making it work. So 6 goals to 0. And if you have just tuned in and you're wondering, how this game has gone down, all you need to know is there was a penalty in the opening minutes and a red card, which has made this game very difficult for Lucas, has to be said. Because the graphic won't show it. And maybe it should. Maybe I'll have a little chat with the broadcast team. Because when those scores come in, it will just show 6-0. But the red card paints a very different picture here. Peixoto has just been able to get one back against Verang, so Yascow now getting the better in terms of goal difference between the top 2 competitors in this group. That's a good ball here from Lucas. Can Lucas do the same? Can he start to just chip away at that goal difference himself? Oh, it's gone wide. That's 3. That is 3 chances, I feel, that could have been goals here for Lucas, and I know full well he'll be feeling the same. And sometimes it's not your game, sometimes it's not your day, but in particular this one, with the red card, 3 missed opportunities. Yeah, you just have to kind of take your medicine here. And trying to save face a little bit. Because this could be 7, and it will be. And I'm sure there is a part of Yascow deep down who feels bad. But also, he'll be relishing in this moment, knowing how important these goals and this goal difference could be for his overall chances of qualifying through this group as well. Because it must have been a difficult day for him. If you think about when he started, Anders Verang, your first matchup of the tournament, and you lose 8-5. And you've given it a heck of a go to put 5 goals against Anders Verang. But then the way he's bounced back since has been nothing short but of impressive. Speaking of Anders Verang, just found his 7th against Peixoto, who has now a goal difference of -15 and no points for the day. Very, very rough day for him. And I'd say the biggest surprise of today, considering the history of Peixoto and what he's been able to achieve throughout his career, I did expect a little bit more on his side. But I guess a tall order to try and beat Verang in your last matchup when you've already lost 4. Confidence is going to be low. Anyway, 17 minutes left in this matchup. And we already know who's taking the 3 points. It's more of a victory parade at this point for Yascow. But he's also putting on a show for us. It's 8. And there's a little smile for him. As elsewhere in the background, you might have seen Tuga's just taken a 2-goal lead against Tekkz as well. Is it too late for Tekkz to find goals back into that one? But looking at this replay, they're low driven. Made it look nice and easy. And that goal difference looking better and better as we go on, especially as Peixoto has just found another goal against Verang. And Lucas, even though there's a pause here, he is not even looking at his tactics screen. He was just zoning out. These are the matches that are just not enjoyable. Very different when you're playing your weekend league, and I'm sure the majority of you at 8-0 would quit, unless you're my opponents, who apparently stay in no matter how many goals I score. It's very easy to just quit, go again, go next, reset, but not here, not in the FC Pro Open. Every goal matters. Maybe there's one, and there is at least a consolation goal. And Lucas shows that he can find the back of the net. 4th time of asking, really, out of his chances. And it does slightly ruin Yascow's goal difference. He won't want to allow too many of those to slip through. And this is where usually, you know, when a goal comes in, I'm like, oh, now we've got a game on our hands. Sadly, we don't. Does not take a rocket scientist to realize that this is far too late to find goals. Speaking of, Peixoto just found a 3rd. And that is good news for Yascow. He just wants to see that goal difference start to tick down on the side of Anders Verang, who seems to have kind of let his foot off the gas a little bit. But what a day it has been to open the FC Pro Open 26. We've had ups, we've had downs, we've had smiles, we've had frowns, but we have seen a 2nd goal here for Lucas. And at least that will just give him a little bit of confidence going into the next match week when they do play each other again. It'll be the what-ifs, I think, for Lucas. What if I didn't have that red card? What if I had 11 players on the pitch for the entirety of this game? How different would this matchup have looked? As by the looks of that bottom ticker, it looks like every matchup here is pretty much wrapped up at this point. 7-3, 8-2, and now 5-2 for Tuga. It means after the first round of matchups, Tekkz is going to be in the bottom 3. Tekkz and Tuga, 2 legends of the scene. It looks like it's going to be Tuga comes out on top. And just looking at goal difference, it does look like Tuga has had the better day. So it's going to be back to the drawing board for Boy Wonder Tekkz. Seven minutes now remain then in this one. Let us know what's been your favourite moment of today. Whether you're in the chat, whether you're on social media. If you want to tweet. Or even if you just want to send a message in YouTube or Twitch. What's been your favourite moment? Has it been this game? 9-3. As Yascow finds another. Or do you maybe feel like the red card has influenced this game a little bit too much for your liking? I'm sorry, 9-2. I don't know why I said 3. I think it's because I looked at that bottom ticker where it says 8-3. But 9-2. Excuse me. I will say, I think Yascow, for me, has been the surprise package of today. And that's no disrespect to him. I think the expectation was always that he was going to do well. But it's just how dominant he has been. Has not looked uncomfortable in any of the matches that certainly I've been able to cover on this stream. And scorelines would suggest the same. As yeah, there you go. Now it's been corrected at the bottom there. 9-2. Thank you. Good catch from production. But we only have a few minutes left here. As this is intelligent from Lucas. Just hold on to the ball at this point. Damage control, as I was mentioning earlier. I think sadly, the scoreline won't reflect really what happened in this game, and the red card is going to be what's going to be on the headlines if we had some virtual newspapers. And a lesson learned for Lucas that maybe those tactical fouls are not the wisest idea in the box. Can he get one more back? One last goal, perhaps, to just improve that goal difference a little bit, diminish that of Yascow's, and just go out with a little bit of a bang here, maybe a smile. Does hold on to it, so this will be the last attack now. Gilmore dinks one over. Is he even onside at this point? Mo Salah is going to be offside, so that should wrap us up. It's going to be a quick lofted through ball just in case here, but it's not going to be brought down. It is going to be headed away, and it is going to be 9-2 in the end to Yascow, who is going to win 4 out of 5 matches for the day. And if it was up to me to vote, he would be the standout player of the day. The obvious one, of course, will be Anders Verang with 5 wins from 5. But sadly for Lucas, that is a very sad ending to his day. The streets will remember, though, the red card that really influenced this game and how it played out. Very difficult to do anything with only 10 players. But wow, what a finish to today's action. 9-2 in the end. We've had ups and downs throughout the entirety of today. It's going to be Anders Verang who finishes top of the table, and we are going to see the second place there as the finish, only a few points behind. What will happen next time Group A comes up against each other will be the real question, but that is going to be Group A all wrapped up. Thank you anyone and everyone who's joined us here on the Bravo stream throughout the day. Of course, Group A will play again later on in the competition, but tomorrow, Group B, featuring some of the biggest and best players in the world, Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashore. I can't wait to see how that group is going to go. And of course, Uma as well. I mean, 3 of the best players in the world. Of course, that will happen tomorrow, same time as we started today, so we will see you then. For now, we'll go straight back to the mainstream. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
See Tekkz bringing one back just late on in the 9th minute, a bit too late. It was a close game until that penalty shout. I think Tekkz will be a tough one for him to take, but if there's anyone's going to turn up in week 2, it will be him. But Tuga, it's a big, big result.
Anders Verang, 4 additional minutes on the clock here. But he started the day with an 8-5 victory. He's ending the day with an 8-4 victory. It has been, simply put, Shells, the Anders Verang show today.
Yeah, and he put a statement on the map, to be honest. I think we was all looking at this Tekkz and Anders game, which was fantastic to watch. A lot of us were saying Tekkz was going to be the one to do it, and I think Anders, with his performance, not only in that game, but the whole day so far, he's here to go back-to-back in the FC Pro Open this year, and it's a big statement for the rest of the competition.
I was just about to say that. This is a point down. This is a flag in the ground. Anders Verang and Team Falcons are here to play at the Pro Open in FC 26. Week 1, 15 points. Perfection for the Pro Open champion. He is a man on a mission, and that mission is to defend his Pro Open title. Flawless FC from start to finish for Verang.
I love seeing his emotion. He just wants to, look how angry he is. You just topped the group 15 of 15. I've got to try to talk to him and see what is he really frustrated about. Is it how he's playing? Is it the goals he's conceding? Because sometimes it just comes to a point where you just got to accept the victory, but it just shows the level that he's at and what he puts himself to. He wants to win it all.
What a day it's been. Ups and downs all day long, but the man on top of the table is Anders Verang. He's going to take some stopping. Let's head on over to FG and Harry to break it all down.
Thank you very, very much. Welcome to FC Pro IQ, me and Harry Hesketh. We're going to be unpicking our PlayStation Player of the Day, Anders Verang. What a Monday night it's been. It's like we're on Monday Night Football right now.
You can say that again. What a Monday night it's been.
It has been a fantastic Monday as we wait for Mr. Anders Verang to come and join us. How's it been for you on the broadcast?
It's been absolutely sensational. I've enjoyed it, and Everton won. They wouldn't have if I weren't here, so...
Yeah, you were definitely enjoying it. Look who's behind us here. Come and join us in the middle. Our PlayStation Player of the Day.
Why are you upset?
I'm going to hand you the mic. What's wrong, Anders? You've just got 5 wins out of 5.
I lead 7-1 and I end up winning 8-4, and I'm a perfectionist, I think the word is, and I mean, I think about everything. I mean, if I do well, or if I don't do well in the second week, then goal difference is probably important. So I'm just mad that I ended so bad, but we also played for like, I think 4 hours now, and it's very hard to keep concentrate on 100%. And when you get 5 out of 5 wins, then I think I use my energy quite well, but I'm just, a bit mad at myself that I couldn't play the game at 100% until the end.
Right, let's take a look then, shall we, at some of your clips. By the way, your goal difference is +20. I think you are going to be fine. Anders Verang, listen, let's take a look at your clips. We've got you against Tekkz here. We'll roll the footage right now. I don't know if you can remember this goal because you've seen so many, but talk us through your thinking. Obviously, we've got Harry next to us as well. The goals that this man's been scoring, Harry, have been absolutely fantastic all day.
It's just silly. You never, ever, ever choose the wrong shot, and I don't know how. Are you looking at the goalkeeper when you're near the goal, or do you just know what's going to happen?
I would say a mix. This one, I would say, was quite obvious. When you don't move the keeper, you can't shoot short or near post. And
can we just take that back?
That was insane, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, can we just take this exact goal back to the edge of the area before Aitana Bonmat is about to take the shots? We'll roll it a little bit forward now, where you've got the ball with Claudio Pina, who a lot of people have been using throughout. You'll play the pass in a minute, Anders, which we will see and let it roll through.
I think a lot of people...
And let's stop it here, all right? Let's talk about what you are thinking right now. Because for me, we're looking at this, as a very casual player, I'm taking my shot straight away. Harry, what are you doing in this position?
No, I think the bit before it is where I would have snatched, where Bonmat has gone offside, maybe you're just looking into a technical dribble and shooting, but that's why these are here and I'm here, so.
Anders, I mean, looking at this, does that not scare you a little bit? You've got 3 defenders running at you and this ends up in a goal.
I think it's the composure before it more than this bit. He knows he's going to touch and shoot there.
I think the only thing that scares me is how good I was today, but if we don't talk about that, then yeah, I think this was very good. I saw that, as you say, Bonmat was offside, and then I'm very good at triggering the players, and I trigger R1, I think. So she come closer.
Let's let it roll through again then.
Do you ever play a lot?
Almost never, and they should just, if you listen to me, if they remove this, then I would win every single tournament. Yeah, I would really not.
So you've won 5 out of 5. You're our PlayStation Player of the Day.
Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you with your performance?
Yeah, I would say 10, to be honest. It's very rare I'm that, but I think in the pro history, I think no one has ever got 15 points out of 15. And I also was very happy when I saw the group, and I think I was right in everything I said. Everyone is beating everyone, and I think Tekkz lost to Tuga. I think that's very important for me, for the #1 spot, because in my head, I think Tekkz's top level is higher than Tuga, and Yascow, I heard, has 12 points somehow. But if everything should go to plan, then he's not gonna perform like this in the second week. So if I'm gonna end up not winning the group then it would be the biggest choke of FC history.
He's just put more pressure on himself, by the way. Anders, you've been absolutely fantastic. 5 wins out of 5, including a win against Tekkz, which everyone was looking forward to that matchup.
9-3, by the way. 9-3, by the way.
9-3, by the way. Of course, and thoughts on Harry being in the broadcast? You've enjoyed that?
I don't listen to it.
I didn't get any shushes.
Yeah, well,
that was only Buckley.
I'll tell you a man who did get a lot of shushes. Let's head over to him right now, Mr. Richard Buckley. Oh, no, in fact.
Sorry about that. FG got me confused there. It's over to me. Richard Buckley's over there, FG, but I'm joined by Yascow, who finished on 12 points. We had a sensational day. I spoke to you briefly anyway. You're still talking about finishing top, so that shows your mentality. But we want to go through your tactics because I feel like a lot of people at home would want to see what you've been using. Is there anything that's a bit different that maybe you could have potentially wanted to change, or maybe even people in the team?
I don't think I will change anything because first of all I had like 12 points, so it's pretty good. And but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna change anything about that.
Is there any situation? So let's say if you're losing the game, 80th minute, do you still stick with the same formation, or what do you do? Is there anything you change?
Most of the time, I just switch to 4-4-2. Okay. Which is like a more attacking tactic, and yeah, maybe just I put maybe 95 defensive approach, and yeah.
What about roles reverse now? If you're if you're winning a game, last 10 minutes again, same thing, or do you maybe just change the roles a little bit? Do you change the defensive approach?
Sometimes I just like lower the defensive approach. Depends on the opponent, to be honest. If he plays Pina, he's just gonna go incisive in the back of my defense, so I'm just maybe putting 50 instead of 70. So yeah, pretty much like this. And sometimes I just play 4-2-3-1-2.
Okay, and one last question again. Does your tactics depend on who you're playing against? Like, do you have something set in mind for Anders, for LJR, or does it just you just play your own game?
No, I think I played every game 4-4-1-1. I didn't switch once, I think. Maybe once against Anders because I was losing like by 2, so I had to score. And but yeah, I just play 4-4-1-1 against everyone. And maybe if I need to switch, I just play 4-4-2.
Yep, incredible work today, Yascow. You were sensational. Hopefully you can do the same in week 2. Let's head on back over to the host desk.
Thank you very much to Yascow, and of course, apologies again, Mr. Ryan Peixoto. Richard Buckley is joining us now. I mean, shall we talk about the judges quickly? Because I was desperate to know a minute ago.
You know what? I did predict that Tekkz were going to win, and he listens to everything. He's probably listening right now. Do it again, Anders. Get 30 out of 30. You won't.
I mean, 5 wins out of 5, Rose. When we look at all of the players there, we're about to see all of the players' tactics on the screen right now. Is there any tactics that you're looking at particularly? Anyone that you're going to follow?
I mean, Anders is just insane. You can't ignore it. He's just at top every single time.
I mean, the thing is, Harry, if I was to use Anders's tactic code, I don't think I'm playing as well as him.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I was going to say, it seems to be the better the player is, like, don't copy their tactic because they're just so much freakishly better than you that it's just not going to transcend into your gameplay. I would go for, out of them, I'd probably go for Yascow as more of a 4-4-1-1 translates better to a casual and better for foot champs, whereas a 4-5-1, it's more like a game of chess with the pros, so I would side to the 4-4-1-1s.
And all throughout that whole thing, Richard Buckley was laughing at me, basically when you said the word casual. Appreciate that very much. I'm not arguing at all. Let's take a look at the Group A table as it stands after the first round of fixtures. That man, Anders Verang, the current holder of this competition, 5 wins out of 5, a goal difference of 20. He's played against Tekkz. He's shown how good he is. Is he your favourite for the tournament?
I mean, easily, and I think the one thing is that his personality shines through every single time. I
mean, listen, we're looking at the rest of the group there as well, Rich, and the other players within the group. Let's go right down to the bottom.
Biggest shock of the day.
Huge shock.
Yeah,
LJR Peixoto on 0 points.
Semi-finalist last year, looked really good. Obviously won E-League as well. I think there is something to read into. You're also qualifying. You're not playing the qualifiers. You're not getting good reps. All the players that qualified to be here have all picked up good points. But then, Anders also didn't have to play the qualifier. He did play Euros qualification though, did Anders Verang, and did qualify through. So, and he's also just a little bit good at the game.
Yeah, and he also wasn't too happy with his plus 20 goal difference. It's absolutely remarkable. We're doing it all again, same time tomorrow. Group B, let's take a look, shall we, at the players we've got, Harry. I mean, look, there's so many good groups in this competition. What are you most looking forward to seeing tomorrow, including that man, Emre Yilmaz is back in action?
Well, again, considering Group B was titled the Group of Death, and I've just seen that the level on display is going to be outrageous. You've got 2 ex-world champions, so I'm quite looking forward to that matchup. Manu, and then you've got arguably...
What a group. All you have to do, Rich, is look at the rankings. Yeah. 3rd and 4th and 20th and 22nd. Are we writing the other 2 players off there?
I would argue the best player right now in that group is ranked 127th.
That is scary.
I know, yeah, that is one prediction down already, Rich.
No. Look, you can bring this up tomorrow. Catcher will get at least 9 points tomorrow.
You think he's going to get 9 points? How do you see this Group A, Group B? Who's your favourite, Rose, in this one?
I mean, I'm going to have to say Darkly just because he's so smiley.
She's going with the vibes. Listen, you guys can watch at home tomorrow. Tune in to us 6 p.m. GMT. Group B, as Harry said, the group of death is up next. I mean, this is going to be incredible. I'll tell you what else is going to be incredible. A live audience at our final. We are giving you the opportunity to come and join us. Come and see all of us here. Come and see the pro players in the flesh. Who's going to lift the title this year? Scan the QR code. Tickets are available right now for the FC Pro Open Final. 26th of January in London. What a day it has been. Thank you all, Rose. Congratulations on making your FC Pro debut.
Thank you.
As well, Mr. Harry Hesketh. Great debut from you both. Rich, as always, absolutely top class, getting shushed by the best player in the world, or the second best player in the world according to the rankings. And of course, a massive thank you to everyone for watching today. Group A has set the tone for an incredible FC Pro Open. And we go again, same time tomorrow. See you then.